네, 여러분 안녕.
Distinguished guests, good morning. Welcome to the Digital Economy Forum 2021, DEF2021, hosted by the Ministry of Economy and Finance and organized by Korea Startup Forum. My name is Jang Na-young, CEO of Strong Soda, a startup company, and the MC of today's forum. The theme of DEF2021 is the next big things beyond the pandemic, under which we will explore the post-pandemic transformation and initiatives. For your reference, this event is being streamed live, and we also have a global audience as well as global speakers who will be joining us later on. I hope that the forum will serve as an opportunity to share in-depth insights into the digital economy and present the way forward. Before we kickstart the forum, I have an announcement to make about a live event. Please participate in the live quiz event during the forum. Winners will be announced at the end of the forum. We look forward to your participation. Now, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economy and Finance Hong Nam-gi will give the opening remark.
안녕하십니까?
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I extend my welcome to you all for joining the 4th Digital Economy Forum hosted by the Ministry of Economy and Finance and organized by Korea Startup Forum. First of all, please allow me to thank Sira Kim, chairperson of the Korea Startup Forum, as well as our two keynote speakers, Director Sinan Aral of MIT Initiative on the Digital Economy and Kathy Helen O'Neill, CEO of Orca, for speaking at this forum despite their busy schedule. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to the session panelists as well as members of cooperating organizations, including Korea Startup Forum and digital healthcare partners. And to our distinguished audience who are joining us online because of COVID-19, it's a great pleasure to have you with us, albeit in a virtual setting. The global COVID-19 pandemic that began last year became a trigger that accelerated digital transition and transformed going digital to gone digital. Digital innovation technologies have provided quick and accurate tools for pandemic control and complemented the lack of offline communication, among others, contributing greatly to overcoming both the healthcare crisis and economic crisis at the same time. Such digital transformation is certain to continue playing a critical role in the post-COVID era as a catalyst that changes not just the economic and social structure, but also what our daily life looks like overall. It is in this context that this year's Digital Economy Forum has set the theme of the next big things beyond the pandemic, with the purpose of providing a meaningful opportunity to share knowledge and discuss recent developments around digital innovation technologies, as well as ways for sustainable development in the post-COVID era. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past 2 years, we have witnessed the consequences of COVID-19 pandemic, one of which is the changes in digital transformation unfolding around us every day. Remote education, working from home, and virtual meetings have made virtual communication a part of our daily life, while expansion of state-of-the-art technologies using data network and AI have made our everyday more convenient across the board, including in finance, distribution, healthcare, and culture. Meanwhile, digital companies are now flourishing more than ever in the market. 8 out of 10 global businesses with the highest market cap are now digital companies, and Korea is also witnessing the rise of digital companies. Recent IPOs show that the market's eyes are all on these companies as well. Major powers such as the US, China, and EU are building digital infrastructure, supporting R&D for new technologies, and making other various efforts to become active members in the competition for digital leadership. Meanwhile, Korea assigned its first pillar in the Korean New Deal as Digital New Deal, boosting the country's momentum for digital transformation. As a result, data and AI service providers increased by 2.9 times and 4.5 times respectively. 787 core technologies were developed, and about 30,000 people were nurtured as core human resources. And these are just some of the accomplishments, with more to come that will become cornerstones for digital transformation. A recent OECD report on digital and economic prospects found that the impact of the pandemic on digital transformation is still at its early stage. This shows that the changes are only beginning. Though the benefits of digital economy will certainly be big, it also brings an entirely new world that we have never experienced before in such a rapid manner, such as expansion of virtual reality and emergence of ethics or security problems in the digital economy. As such, it is more important than ever to keep our balance while leading the transformation with the right strategies. Leveraging the accomplishments made thus far as a stepping stone, we must enhance digital competitiveness across economy and society and reinforce a win-win ecosystem in which the entire global community can take a leap forward. In this light, I would like to propose 3 rules for becoming the driver that leads this massive transformation. First of all, there's the speed rule. The speed of digital transformation must be proactive and bold. Digitization follows an exponential and explosive upward curve. If our response speed stays with the same linear line, the disparity between the two will only grow over time. In order to rapidly secure new digital technology before others and ensure that related core industries take deep roots across society, we must make bold efforts to create an ecosystem for innovation. Agile response to new technologies and changing environment, as well as joint work by businesses and the government to demonstrate flexibility, are also critical. The Korean government recently upgraded its Digital New Deal that was announced last year into Digital New Deal 0.0, which was 2.0, which was introduced in July this year. It includes new initiatives such as fostering new hyper-connected industries such as metaverse. Also, the investment in Digital New Deal using government expense is expected to reach almost 50 trillion Korean won by 2025. Old regulations and systems will be revamped in line with the digital era. Projects and programs will be restructured proactively rather than reactively. And core human resources and digital industries will be nurtured in order to accelerate digital transformation. The second rule is the direction rule. The direction of digital transformation must be inclusive and just. Any change inevitably entails victims as well as beneficiaries. Behind the conveniences offered by digital technology lies digital divide and polarization. There's also a risk of businesses that rise as digital winners, acquiring excessive market domination through winner-takes-it-all effect, blocking innovation of startups. This means that there is a need to include groups of people who are marginalized or negatively impacted by digital transformation, while wisely coordinating conflicts and confrontations that arise in the process of digital transformation with the right social mechanism. The Korean government is providing strong support for just labor transition, expanding its programs to enhance digital accessibility for the vulnerable, and also accumulating experiences of conflict resolution through the so-called one-step model. Furthermore, the Korean government is ensuring that existing and new platform businesses can compete on a level playing field and that platform companies can coexist with the companies they host as well as consumers by reforming relevant laws and systems. Last but not least, we have the safety rule. The process of digital transformation must be safe. The advancements in digital technology represented by the Fourth Industrial Revolution chart a new road that no one has gone down before, which means that we are bound to face unexpected barriers and bumps. As a big data-based society picks up steam with explosive increase in data, there are repercussions in terms of digital security and privacy, among others, that require broad and all-directional responses to address an increasing number of challenges. Trade rules on digital transactions that take place across borders, or institutional regulations on virtual reality, such as metaverse, are also entirely new challenges that are difficult to be resolved with conventional wisdom. Against this backdrop, the Korean government is building a digital environment safe from digital security threats like ransomware, and improving systems to enable safe utilization of pseudonymized information. We will also reinforce collaboration and pool wisdom with countries around the world to discuss newly emerging global agendas such as cross-border digital trade rules and digital tax in order to contribute to creating a successful system for a digital economy. Ladies and gentlemen, change is always accompanied by chances. Just like the words change and chance are just a single alphabet character apart, today's wave of digital transformation can bring great opportunities for radically enhancing the humanity's quality of life. I hope today's Digital Economy Forum will promote extensive discussions on solutions and constructive policy proposals for translating great changes caused by COVID into innovative opportunities for digital transformation. And I look forward to broad and extensive discussions. Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister. He has summarized the great transformations that are unfolding around us. And in this wave of digital transformation, I hope this will be an opportunity to explore new ways for navigation. Now, we will hear welcoming remarks by Chairperson Sura Kim of Korea Startup Forum, the organizer of today's forum.
반갑습니다.
Good morning. I'm Kim Sil-ah, Chairperson of Korea Startup Forum KSF and CEO of Curly. Allow me to first extend my gratitude to Deputy Prime Minister Hong Nam-gi from the Ministry of Economy and Finance for hosting DEF2021 and to everyone who has joined us today. DEF was first held to pay close attention to startups and big tech firms, which, by successfully riding on the digital transformation wave, emerged as the lead and influential actors in the digital economy. Since 2018, MOEF and KSF have worked together to position DEF as a global forum that suggests the way forward in building a successful digital economy and have brought together about 70 global opinion leaders across startups and big tech companies, as well as public sector policy experts, investors, and prominent scholars to hold in-depth discussions on trends in the digital economy and the future. The theme of this year's forum is the next big things beyond the pandemic. The world is struggling to recover from COVID-19, which plunged countries into their worst ever crisis. Against this backdrop, countries are scrambling to harness the power of digital economy ecosystem to reap the benefits of digital economy as the pandemic brings unprecedented changes across industries and accelerates digital transformation. Indeed, COVID-19 has created a paradigm shift, a concept identified by the American physicist and philosopher Thomas Kuhn. The fourth DEF will serve as an opportunity to examine the current state of the digital economy, which sets new standards for a post-pandemic world, to make bold policy suggestions, to respond to changes in the changing environment, and to share insights into the latest initiatives. Professor Sinan Aral, a global authority on digital economy and business analytics and director of the MIT Initiative on the Digital Economy, and Dr. Kathy O'Neill, author of the best-selling Weapons of Mass Destruction, will give thought-provoking keynote speeches on navigating the changing COVID landscape driven by vaccine supply and new COVID variants, as well as on the other side of the digital economy coin, such as data ethics and security. The following four main sessions will cover a wide range of topics, including the impact of metaverse, the future of digital healthcare, data governance and policy, and future talents. A total of 22 speakers from the academia, MOEF, and innovative companies, including Kakao Entertainment, Marverse, Digital Healthcare Partners, Noom, Viva Republica, TikTok, Ua Brothers, and Sandbird, will offer valuable insights into the topics. As founder and executive chairman of the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, said, "The pandemic represents a rare but narrow window of opportunity to reflect, reimagine, and reset our world. Despite all the uncertainty, we must take bold moves to prepare for the future." Ladies and gentlemen, the fourth DEF invites you to immerse yourself in innovative thinking to discover valuable insights and opportunities. Thank you again for joining us today despite your very busy schedules. Thank you very much.
We will explore the substance of metaverse that generates social, economic, and cultural and artistic values, as well as its repercussions on the digital economy. During our first session, we have the moderator, Ryu Jung-hae, the EVP of Kakao Entertainment, and as our panelists, we have panelists who are joining us online as well as offline. We have Sebastian Degay, VP of Adobe 3D and Immersive Design, Ralph Koester, the CEO of Playable Worlds, and we have with us offline Im Se-ra, the CEO of Marverse. Now I would like to pass the mic to the moderator. Hello. I am EVP of Kakao Entertainment, and I'm in charge of future strategy at Kakao Entertainment. Today, we will be discussing about a fascinating topic, and I'm really excited about this session. This session is titled The Impact of Metaverse, and we will talk about the different kinds of influences that metaverse could have on us from many different angles. There are so many advanced technologies and so many different experiments that are currently going on in the world of metaverse, and we have panelists who are actually stakeholders in this metaverse world. I would like to ask each of you to first briefly introduce yourself and also what is your focus in your experiments of metaverse. First of all, I would like to ask Im Sera, the CEO of Marverse. Hello, I am Im Sera.
So as you can see from the name of our company, we have AR and VR in the name of the company. So those are the technologies that we use to provide quality education services. So we kicked off 2 years ago, and well, our mission is to close the education gap. And starting last year, we adopted Metaverse. So because of COVID-19, as well as other factors in our society, that kind of accelerated the adoption of metaverse, and that's actually one of the businesses that we provide. Next, we have with us VP Sebastian De Guy from Adobe. So you do a lot of immersive content as well as 3D. So can you please tell us more about that?
Hello, thank you. Thanks for inviting me. First, it's a great honor to be here with you today. So yes, my name is Sebastian De Guy. I am indeed the Vice President of 3D and Immersive at Adobe. So Adobe is famous for its 2D products like Photoshop and After Effects and Premiere or PDF. This new division, 3D and Immersive, has been created a little bit more than 2 years ago when my company joined the group Adobe. My company was doing the substance texturing tools, and now at Adobe we have this new division that I have the chance to lead called the 3D and Immersive. And the goal for that division is to bring Adobe to the 3D space and empower all creatives around the world, the 2D and 3D creatives, with new arsenal of tools, allowing them to express their art and their design in the 3D and spatial space. The link to the metaverse, I guess, is Adobe's keen on empowering creators to populate the world and all these metaverses that will be created. So we're here to help all artists and creators out there willing to create for these metaverses.
Sebastian, can you elaborate what immersive design exactly means in Adobe? So we have a Korean translation for the word immersive design, but I would like to know a little more about what immersive means in terms of design.
Well, in terms of design, everything that helps creators like express themselves and be efficient is good. And immersive design can have like two different meanings, and one is using the immersive space to design more efficiently. So using, for instance, a VR headset and sculpting in 3D directly in context in the spatial world, in this virtual world, can actually be very, very efficient. So we see more and more companies adopting virtual spaces and 3D immersive design as a tool to produce real life objects like cars or shoes or you name them. And then there is also at the very end of the spectrum, what immersive design can mean is also an immersive space is that space of where you experience what you've created potentially in an immersive design or in a traditional way, but you experience these worlds and these designs in an immersive way. And immersive can be same thing, can be very light, like it can be just looking at a screen and it's not very immersive, or holding a phone, and again, same thing, it's a little bit immersive but not that much, or to the extreme, be extremely immersive when you're actually inside VR headset with the whole suit, and you feel and you are within this environment.
네. Thank you very much for your great answer. Now, in terms of metaverse, we continue to hear the word immersive, and your answer was very helpful for us in understanding the concept. And next, we have the CEO of Playable Worlds, Ralph Koester. Now, I actually read your book on the fun theories, and a lot of people in the gaming industry in Korea read your book almost as like a must read. And you are currently providing a service at Playable Worlds. And could you briefly introduce yourself as well as what Playable Worlds does from the perspective of metaverse?
Of course. Thank you for inviting me to this. It's a real pleasure. I have been working with online worlds, MMOs, and metaverse technologies for over 25 years. Along the way, I did get a book about fun out of it, among other things. I'm currently CEO of Playable Worlds, where we have built a platform for online games and metaverses of the future that allows cheaper and faster development of online environments and empowers creators in a variety of ways. But I'm sorry to say we're keeping it all to ourselves at first in order to make a basically a sample project with it, a sandbox MMO that embodies what we see as the future of online worlds. And that is really what Playable Worlds is, but I don't, unfortunately, yet have pretty videos to show you. That won't be coming for another little while yet.
Thank you. Well understood. And so you are one of the most leading experts in metaverse, and also all the panelists have a lot of advanced experiences in metaverse. So when we hear metaverse, people have a lot of different expectations. Especially Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg recently had a long interview with the press, saying that within 5 years' time, Facebook will be a metaverse company. And so that really shocked a lot of people. So when we talk about metaverse, I think what people are really inspired by is the movie Ready Player One. So when someone asks what is metaverse, then a lot of people say just watch Ready Player One. But when people think about metaverse, a lot of people are skeptical about whether it will actually become reality in the near future, because we feel like it's still so far-fetched. We feel like there are so many technological limitations to overcome. So let all of us be realistic. Let's think about next year, 2022. Thinking about our AR, VR, and metaverse technologies next year, what do you think they would look like, and what will the users be able to actually experience in terms of these technologies next year? I would like Sebastian to start off with this question.
Sure. So if we talk about next year, of course, we won't have like the ubiquity of headsets and suits that you can find in the movie Ready Player One. And what we have though is all these devices that allow us to get access to all these places, all these spaces or metaverses that we see popping everywhere. So AR is one way to experience these places, and VR is one other way to enter these. But there's a simple way to access all the experience you can think of, which is just like a plain good old computer, right? And getting there. And Mark Zuckerberg actually was saying something very provocative and smart, which is like asking how's your metaverse going. It will be asking how was your internet going, like in late 90s or early 2000s. And it's the same thing. Like today we cannot completely comprehend the impact it will have, because and we know as humans we have trouble with exponentials, and we've seen it with COVID. We cannot anticipate correctly what it means. So in a year from now, it won't look very different from what we have right now, unless there are a lot of new ways to access these worlds, and there are a lot of these new worlds. And Raf, we wait for you to show us what you're building, but it's already here when you think about it, because it's already pervasive in many places that we're used to use, like web pages. You already have a lot of 3D content on web pages that you can experience in a very traditional way through a screen, but also you can click a simple button and have an experience of that object that you were trying to buy potentially as an AR experience, and it's the beginning of it, right? So that's the mini metaverse of, let's say, a Target or Amazon trying to push to sell something. So it will be this, and so we will be seeing games and education applications, and COVID only accelerated the trend, because we're doing everything online right now. We buy online, and what we see is new ways of creativity also will emerge. Some even next year, but the years after that. I would say that interestingly, 3D 3D can be seen as almost like the alphabet of that new language that is immersive and interactive experiences. And so that will be, this is fairly new when it comes to creators. So I think it's really the early innings of metaverse, definitely, and the metaverses and all these spaces. But we'll see more and more, and it will be exponential, because you can do pretty much everything and have a digital double of real life, and more, because you can create things that don't have to exist in real life as well. So I think like the first real iteration and the first real experimentations, beside games, obviously, because games are the first ones, will be virtual shopping and shopping experiences, and that will be everywhere.
Oh, thank you. A lot of interesting instances there. So next year we won't be able to reach Ready Player One, for example, but on the internet we will be able to have a lot of 3D experiences. And you said that we're still in the early inning. It's just beginning, so we should be excited about what happens next. And Raf, what do you think? Where do you think we will be next year in terms of our experiences of metaverse?
I tend to agree with Sebastian that we are going to be mostly where we are now. There is no technological revolution coming in the next 6 months that is going to radically change our pictures of the metaverse. And the fact of the matter is that most metaverse projects today are actually still chasing the dreams from 10, 15, 20 plus years ago. Even Ready Player One is really a rehash of Snow Crash, which came out, I think, in the late 80s or early 1990s. I think one of the big things that people tend to miss, even when they use the Ready Player One analogy, is that the metaverse is not about immersive 3D. It's about people, of course, because all technology is about people, and it's about ways of portraying information in new ways. 3D is one of those ways, but the metaverse in Ready Player One, which was not a good place, right? We have to remember that it's a dystopian future, was just as important in the real world, when the inverse of it was used to hunt down our heroes using robot drones and the like. Real world annotation is likely to be as big a part of the metaverse as immersive 3D is. The metaverse really just means annotating and tagging and creating digital mirrors of everything in both directions, making more things virtual and virtualizing the real as well. We are a long way from that. There are very real technical platform questions around simple things like battery life that prevent us from fully having the kinds of Ready Player One dreams. But I do think it's important that we realize that the most important technology needed for it is one that we've had since the late 70s, and that is massive concurrency on servers for real-time interaction. That is not a new technology. That's one that has been around for a very long time and is intrinsic to pretty much every vision of metaverse and cloud AR and so on, whether it be Pokemon Go or Roblox or Facebook itself. They all run against servers that hold many avatars and share information about their activities. Fundamentally, that's really what the metaverse is going to be about. It isn't about us uploading ourselves into the cloud, but it absolutely is about the cloud knowing quite a lot about us.
네.
Thank you very much, Ruff. That was very fascinating. And in relation to this topic, I'm sure that Sarah Lim also has a lot to say because she provides 3D education services. So Sarah Lim, from Marvera's point of view, where do you see ourselves next year?
사실은 뭐
Well, it's not just us. I think this is relevant to all the education providers. So I think as early as late this year, we want to kickstart this type of platforms. So nothing big, but we will take little steps at a time. So for instance, now we use Zoom to provide educational services because of COVID-19. So because of that, Metaverse was an attractive option because now children and students cannot go to school and they can now immerse themselves into the Metaverse school. And now with Avatar, and kids love avatars, and it's a type of gamification. So it's quite attractive to children. So now what's happening is now we are combining online and offline, and currently we provide about 700 services, but we want to take it to the next level next year. And now what we have is, self-study as well as digital content learning and remote learning. And now what's happening is you have another space, another universe. So you can sync yourself with your avatar who is studying in that universe. So that will start next year.
Yes, that sounds very interesting. I actually have a kid in elementary school, and I'm really drawn by the idea that you just said. And also, I think it reflects the idea of compensation in the book that Raf wrote. So it's very fascinating. And thinking about the future of metaverse and the technology, we also have to cover the economic aspect of metaverse. We have to think about the kinds of economic potential that metaverse holds. Earlier, Raf said that there's the idea of a digital mirror for everything that exists in the real world. So it's in a way you are creating a digital twin, and everything will be connected between the virtual and the real world. And I think that is what will really differentiate metaverse from the other virtual technologies. And I'm sure that this holds great promise to a lot of different companies, and also we will offer a lot of different economic opportunities for the users as well as the businesses. And in the gaming industry, especially in MMORPG games, we already have some types of virtual economy. In the online game industry, you can sell your items and buy items online. But of course, these online items don't exist in the real world because we don't have a metaverse. But for example, if we see metaverse advancing, then we could actually see the connection between the two. Actually, I have heard about cases where people sell land and even rights online. And I would like to know the economic potential in metaverse. What kinds of new economic activities do you think would be possible in metaverse? And because Raf is in the gaming industry, is the CEO of Playable Worlds, I think you will have a lot to say on this. So why don't you start off for us?
Sure. So the idea of earning a living from performing virtual activities in a game is not at all new. I remember the shock the day that I first saw a castle in Ultima Online, which was a game that I designed back in 1995 or so. The first time I saw a castle on sale for $1,000, I was stunned, right? It was, at that time, it was a shocking figure. The idea of trading digital goods, of course, is now very widespread. We see people making a living in blockchain-based games like Axie Infinity and so on. I think the place where this gets more interesting to talk about is not just mere virtual goods transactions, even though so much attention towards blockchain and NFTs is pointed in that direction. It's actually more interesting to think about the evolution of labor in general. When somebody buys a digital object like a castle that a player worked their way up and earned, what's interesting is that the player earned it. So they performed some sort of labor along the way. It just so happens that in the games, that labor is killing dragons and monsters and that sort of thing. But, you know, as our co-panelist Sarah mentions, that labor could take the form of schoolwork. That labor could take the form of knowledge work. Any form of white-collar work is easily transferable into a virtual environment. And it's fairly easy to see the evolution of virtual labor moving away from just the acquisition of virtual goods and towards things like knowledge work, everything from data entry to knowledge generation, such as the experiments that were done starting in the 90s with distributed computation for protein folding using screensavers and things like that, which have turned out to work. They just announced that they solved a major protein folding problem just last week. So that's where it starts to get really interesting. And what gets even more interesting about it is that we have to remember that companies controlling metaverses means that they control the labor markets. Those are not free markets. So from an economic point of view, it is going to open up a lot of really interesting questions that some of which we've already started to face. So for example, there was much controversy a decade or so ago about outsourcing the process of killing monsters to other countries in order to farm gold. And then some of those workers began to form labor unions, right? Those sorts of things are likely to develop and evolve out of this. And just because I do need to touch on the reverse, which is metaverse spilling into the real world, we should also bear in mind the impact of digital economies, particularly in mirror worlds, on real worlds. So for example, if a company operating an AR game like Pokemon Go chooses to put an important monster, or in Pokemon it would be a gym, and they choose one coffee shop on a street over another one, it starts raising questions. Are they interfering in the business of those two coffee shops? Are they liable for directing traffic to one versus the other? Are they engaging in improper advertising? Who owns the virtual space, right? All of these are going to be very significant economic questions as the metaverse develops.
이거 굉장히
Thank you. Something that I've never thought of before, and very interesting. So I think that also can connect to the next question. So Sebastian and Raf, you both mentioned how the economic activities can actually connect in the real world and the virtual world. And I want to know a little more about that from Sebastian, because Adobe has always been so well known for 2D, and now it's also becoming a strong company in terms of the 3D. So how do you see the connection of economic activities between metaverse and the real world?
Everything wraps basically. Like there is the very simple answer of the digital twins of everything real in the virtual world. So how do you? There is a huge work already that needs to happen in terms of transferring somehow what you find as a real life object into a digital virtual version. And there is a simple reason for that. Well, one is, as soon as you have the virtual version of an object, doing doing photography of that object and producing images that you can put then on a website to be sold is way simpler in 3D than in real life. You don't have to send over a crew to some exotic place and organize like catering and security and doing one shot and then flying all over the world again, like to do a second shot, maybe because the environment is better there and the light is good there, right? So it's a lot of money. It's not very secure when it comes to COVID right now, obviously, and it's very expensive. So having a virtual version of that object allows you to create these images, and we know there is a direct relationship between the number of images that you find of an object on a website and the probability of sale, right? So the more images you have, the more probable the sale. And it holds true when you have an experience, just like being able to roam around an object and just visualize it in 3D. Very simple experience. Like again, these are the basic things that we don't want to think about, but there is a huge demand. And then obviously, so like all that thing is like helping the real life economy, and but also in parallel we also have like the ability to unleash the virtual aspect of it and create virtual versions of anything and create virtually new things, right? And so everything that we've seen in MMORPGs and in gaming holds very true. And then obviously you have then the questions of authenticity and accessibility and security and sustainability, etc. All these are questions that we hold close and we think are very important at Adobe. And these are the questions we need to ask ourselves, because when you think about it, like having a digital double of an object means no barriers, but having virtual objects means no limits, really. So Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, was saying last week, like the virtual economy could end up being like really bigger than the actual current economy that we have right now, because there is, again, no limit. I mean, theoretically, right? Of course, there is a limit in terms of power consumption and storage, and it's back to sustainability, of course. And these are the big questions we need to ask ourselves. But virtually, there are no limits. So that imposes what Ralph was talking about. Like we need to regulate that a little bit, right? So it's a true economy, and it needs regulation, because it's a true economy, and that going back and forth between the metaverse and the real world is a very true thing. We will see leaks everywhere because it will become like so ubiquitous on the virtual side that it will become undiscernible from reality. And when we get to that point, and that we might get sooner than we think. In fact, we still have these devices to access this world that are clunky, and battery question was a good point, but also the heat, just the heat of like something you wear on the face, right? You don't want to burn your face. So like the form factors have to evolve a lot. But anyway, so these are raising a lot of huge questions, and we're really at the beginning of it. I think there are huge and important questions, and it's a responsibility, in fact, to make sure that we don't end up the same thing that goes with AI. If you read somebody like Max Tegmark, who's a very, very interesting physicist, basically he's trying to have like physicists of the world talk about like the potential of general intelligence, general artificial intelligence, and what we need to think about right now, not to be stuck in a place where in the future it's too late. So with the digital virtual economy and the metaverse, I think we're in the same at the same place right now, right? And so Adobe is pushing for all of this, but mostly Adobe's mission here is always like to support creators and empower all the creators willing to create good things, because like we are about to see new forms of art. That's interesting as well. I like this idea.
네.
Yes. And so this is a topic that encompasses so many different domains, including philosophy and physics. And Sarah, you use this technology to create amazing educational opportunities, but
하고 계신 교육의 굉장히 새로운 경험들을
you also have to make money. So what's your profitability model?
당황스러웠던 부분.
Yes, so it wasn't an easy task because, of course, we are in the educational sector, but our target is MZ generation. They love games and they are used to playing games. So at the planning phase, we wanted to target that. And we copied domains from other areas to win the hearts of our users. And of course, they can purchase, some icons as well as some items as well. So we linked that into our business model, and as Raf mentioned, we have this kind of labor union, and if you do not connect that idea to our business, then it can be like gambling. So we have to make sure that it's a fine line, but we have to make sure that we do not fall into a gambling business.
결과들이
Yes, and I think this leads to our next question, which is, we're still in the infantile stage of metaverse, so some may think that it's too early to discuss this question, but let me throw it out anyway. For example, there are already sales of digital art using NFT, and how much should the artists get? And what does copyright mean in this new world? And also, as Raf and Sebastian said, these days we already see a lot of AR technology usage, utilization, and how are we going to protect privacy? And Sarah, I know that you've had an experience in this context recently, so I would like to know about that experience and what should the government and the authorities do to prepare for this future?
우리가 규제
Yes, so in terms of governance and regulation, I don't think, I'm the right person to talk about that. But, for instance, it's about access for minors. So that links to crime and cyber crime and cyber attacks can rise in the metaverse. So we have to be vigilant. At the same time, while students communicate and learn in the metaverse, and we can acquire so much data from that metaverse. So sometimes, parents and children will just agree, will just consent to the contract, but then they have to be careful.
현실과 연-
Yes, because metaverse is a world that's connected with the real world, all the problems in the real world can actually happen in exactly the same way in the metaverse. So we have to be prepared against that side effect as well. So there are some challenges in terms of metaverse, but I believe that there's a greater promise that metaverse holds. I believe that it will provide the humanity with great opportunities. For example, in healthcare, I know that a lot of people are interested in adopting the technology of metaverse. Because I know that during the clinical practice of the doctors, there are a lot of technical limitations and space restraints and so on, and time restraints and so on. And I know that metaverse could be a great tool for healthcare professionals to build their clinical practice experience, and it could actually reinforce the user experience of healthcare services. So I am very excited to see all of these positive impacts of metaverse. And I want to know about the positive impacts in your own field. So, Sarah, could you begin?
얘기를 주셨.
Yes, as other speakers also mentioned, metaverse does not just replace 3D in schools or in other learning environments. it's a different concept. So it's about motivating students to learn more, and metaverse can play an important role in that. So VR and AR learning is actually widely applied in the public sector, educational sector. So I look forward to next year and beyond.
And Sebastian, in terms of the metaverse experience, not necessarily in the next year, but in the following years, what kind of positive experiences should we get excited about?
So, from the point of view of Adobe and my point of view, like what we really are concentrated and focused on is making sure we empower artists and designers to create more efficiently and create more freely, in fact. And so we know that tools are here to help artists remove barriers between them and their creation, right? So we see the immersive space as a new expressive space, expression space, and what is the camera obscura of that space, right? How can we unleash a new form of creativity? How can we and on a very practical side, how can we help being more efficient of just designing real life objects but using virtual tools? So really this is our main focus, is how do we provide the right tools, the right content, and the right services to artists and designers to create more efficiently and to create differently, and to embrace this new space of immersive, the metaverse, right? And what is an experience? What becomes an experience? And it doesn't have to be 3D only. And to Ross's point earlier, a lot of 2D content will also flow into this world, which is also why Adobe saw an opportunity there, because obviously all 2D creators out there a lot of them are using, not all, but all of them are using Creative Cloud products. So by adding the 3D immersive tools, design tools to this arsenal of 2D current tools, it's a good it's a good way to empower these artists. And yeah, that's I would say that's our main focus. Yeah.
Yes, I'm very excited about the future that Adobe will bring us. And I look forward to your rapid development of these technologies so that other companies can also follow suit. And right now, we are meeting virtually. We are on the opposite sides of the world. If we had metaverse, we would have been able to actually see each other in the metaverse as if we were in the same space. So, Ralph, in the world that you are creating, do you foresee ourselves holding a conference together in the same space of metaverse? Do you think that metaverse will create where do you think is the potential for enhanced experiences by metaverse?
Oh gosh, I do have to point out that my first virtual conference was probably in 1995, maybe 1994, right? A lot of these experiences have existed and have been enabled. A lot of what has improved is the connectivity, the quality of rendering. It's not just text anymore. It's not just 2D anymore. It's not just 3D anymore. Now it's VR, right? But fundamentally, the big thing that has increased that matters is not rendering. No offense to Adobe, right? Because like all technologies, what matters is people. What matters is the uses that people put the technology to. And the big thing that has increased over the decades that I've been working on this problem, more than the graphics, is the connectivity. It is the connections in between people. It is the ability to have conferences flung all over the world. It is the ability to meet and interact with people, with cultures, with ideas that you otherwise would not have come into contact with. And that can be scary and disturbing and challenging. And we have seen those challenges play out, I think, in real world politics and in the real world economy. But I also think that an effect of it is to bring us not closer together, but to a greater understanding of one another. And if there's one thing that I have hopes for in this ongoing development of the next generation of internet, call it metaverse, call it whatever we like, it's actually that we come to understand and value all of the differences that people around the world have, and the ways in which the technology helps us see them, appreciate them, learn from them, and develop. Because one of the greatest potentials of metaverse is actually cooperation, learning how to cooperate and work with one another fruitfully, whether that be to learn better in a classroom, make better art, or slay a dragon more efficiently. The thing that we have always seen in online worlds of all sorts is people from different backgrounds coming together and learning together how.
네네. 래프 정
Thank you very much for your answer, Ruff. I think you're almost like an ambassador for Metaverse with your great message and hopeful message for the future. And I am also excited by that future as well. With the contactless format becoming prevalent, we are now so much better connected using virtual platforms like Zoom. And now, when we have the Metaverse technology, we will have an even more better understanding of each other. Actually, we had a lot of questions from the audience for the session, but in the interest of the time, I think we will be able to address just one. No? Okay. Okay. So we have a lot of questions, but I do not think we will have the time to address the question today. So we may send you an email with some of the questions so that maybe you could get back to us with a couple of answers for the questions. And once we get your answers, we will be able to share them with the audience. Thank you so much for your time today, and I really appreciate the discussions with you about Metaverse. I had a great time, I learned a lot, and I hope to see you again. Thank you. Thank you very much.
세션
Thank you very much. So, as you said, we had an opportunity to have a vibrant dialogue between the US and Korea and overcome the time difference. And that is thanks to the digital technologies. And we apologize for not being able to entertain the questions in the interest of time. So, all the topics that we addressed today at DEF2021 includes metaverse, digital healthcare, as well as data governance and future talent. So please stay with us until the end of the forum. And if you have any more questions, leave the questions on the chat box. We hope to offer more insights. Now we talked about metaverse, and that was actually a great segue with the keynote speech, the first keynote speech as well. And of course, we have to be careful about data privacy. And we talked about the digital twins and the individual and personal data that are accumulated because of the digital twins. So now we will talk about a sector where data matters. The topic of session 2 is the future of digital healthcare, and this is co-hosted with Digital Healthcare Partners, which is a startup investor in the field of digital healthcare. We will look at the new technologies and the concept of digital healthcare, and the new technologies in the post-COVID digital healthcare era. We will look at topics such as telemedicine as well as digital therapy. I look forward to great insight into the topic. Now let me introduce the speakers. This session will be moderated by Managing Partner Choi Yoon-sub of Digital Healthcare Partners, the co-host of this session. We also have with us Country Manager Kim Young-in of Noom Korea, Chief Medical Officer Kim Soo-jin of AIMMED, and CEO and Founder Choi Do-ah of Hooray Positive.
Thank you for the introduction. We'll now begin the second session titled The Future of Digital Healthcare. As I've been introduced, I am the co-host of this session. I'm Yoon-sub Choi, the managing partner of Digital Healthcare Partners. And the MC well summarized the purpose of today's session. Especially since COVID-19, digital healthcare is really the center of the world's attention. And today we'll discuss why people are so focused on digital healthcare and what is the future that we are trying to shape. And this session will last for about an hour. And once again, I would like to briefly introduce the panelists, what kind of a background they have, what kind of work they're doing. On my left, I have so when I call your name, please introduce your name, your affiliation, and also your work. First, from Noom Korea, we have the CEO of Young-in Kim.
안녕하십니까.
Good morning, everyone. I am the managing partner of Noom Korea and Noom Japan. My name is Kim Young-in. I majored in medicine, and my initial goal was to become a doctor, but now I work in the business sector, and I at Noom we look at the research and development area of the healthcare sector. Can you please tell us more about Noom? Well, Noom first started off in the US, and we provide a mobile platform app for weight loss, and we integrated AI and humans so that we can help people prevent diabetes and lose weight, as well as other services.
용어로 한국계
For your information, I call it I think it's the only Korean unicorn startup in digital healthcare that started in the States. And we have Soo-jin Kim from AIMMED.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kim Soo-jin. So I'm a psychologist, and we also have many different paid models. We provide digital healthcare services, and for instance, for the employees in companies, and we also provide digital therapy and B2C business models and senior platforms from insurance companies. And based on my own experience that I interacted with the patients, I supervise all the clinical trials.
And these days, digital therapeutics are being developed by AIMMED as well. And last but not least, on the far right of myself, we have Choi Do-ah, the CEO of Hooray Positive. Hello, I am Choi Do-ah from Hooray Positive. Our company is aimed at providing everyday tools to manage chronic diseases of patients. It was founded about 12 years ago, and we worked very hard on this front of digital healthcare to really pioneer this field. And in the beginning, we were focused on health management service of chronic illnesses. That was how we began. And now we are more focused on making everyday innovations in patients' health management. That is the future that we are trying to design for ourselves, and that is where we are focusing our energy on. And personally speaking, to introduce myself personally. May I introduce myself personally? Yes, of course. So at first, I wanted to just build a startup that survives. That was my goal, and I wanted to lead a startup that kind of flourishes and survives. But in the future, my vision is to actually shape and suggest the future direction of digital healthcare industry in Korea, and I want to make a contribution to the industry of Korea. And that is the vision for myself personally, and that is how I am kind of changing the definition of myself and my work. That was my introduction as well as my company's introduction. Thank you. Thank you. So as you can see from our panelists, well, actually, to introduce myself, I am a managing partner of Digital Healthcare Partners. It's basically a startup accelerator in digital healthcare industry. And as you can see, myself as the panelist, we try to bring a balanced mix of the panelists. So there are startups that are getting the investment. There is the accelerator that's investing in startups. We have two healthcare professionals. We have two non-healthcare professionals. So we will be able to address a lot of different perspectives and angles in terms of the digital healthcare and its future. First of all, I would like to ask this question to you. Now, this forum has been hosted by the Ministry of Economy and Finance, so I think that's why we have to really pose this question. I'm sure that many people heard the word digital healthcare, but not a lot of people have a clear definition of what that means. So why don't we just begin by defining what digital healthcare is from your own perspectives? Who would like to go first? Anybody would like to volunteer, maybe?
I'll go first. Well, in fact, well, Mr. Che, you gave a lot of lectures and you're like the ambassador of digital healthcare. But, well, the scope of digital healthcare is so wide. So we need to make some segmentations of the sector. The reason why I wanted to speak first is because our company focuses on digital wellness, which is a small segment of the digital healthcare sector. So I would like to talk about that segment. Of course, we have different segments in the digital healthcare, but when it comes to wellness, this term existed for a very long time, but now we link that to mobile as well as a digital medium. So that's the definition of digital wellness. So there is one famous company in the US, which is called Peloton. So people used to cycle at home or in the neighborhood, but now what happens is that you can watch the lessons from very popular cyclists at home, and you can train with them. So that's how we connected the digital area to the real life. So it's not like it's a breakthrough therapy that we introduced. But of course, we have a lot of knowledge about weight loss, such as, you have to reduce intake of calories, you have to exercise, and you have to, follow certain routines. And everybody knew that. But now what we do is we provide that in a very orderly manner in our application. And all the series of activities in our app, that's part of digital wellness. So, meditation, you have fitness, you have weight loss, as well as different concepts related to digital wellness, and we provide those services.
Thank you. In digital healthcare, you explained with the focus on digital wellness. And because digital healthcare is such a big domain, there are a lot of other areas. So, Sujin Kim, what about the medical aspect of digital healthcare?
밖에서
So, outside the hospital, it's wellness. Inside the hospital, that's the healthcare services, the traditional healthcare services. So that concept involves the suppliers as well as those in the demand side, but there is an imbalance between the two. So, for instance, what I mean by that is the care is provided or the type of treatment is decided by the doctor, not the patient. So, of course, from diagnosis to treatment to follow up, all the different cycles are part of the healthcare service. But now what happens is that the current healthcare focuses on diagnosis and treatment, because when it comes to prevention and management, that's not part of the current healthcare sector because it's not covered by the insurance. So with the digital transformation, we see more data of the patients, and now what happens is that the patients now have the power and control over their own data. So the power shifted from doctors to patients. And with that, we want to address some of the challenges in the industry so that we can provide high quality healthcare services to the patients, because we are entitled to such rights.
기존의 의료
Yes, the conventional medicine focused on diagnosis and treatment, whereas in the digital era, we will see the expansion of medical services to cover prevention as well as post-treatment management. And in that process, we will have better engagement of the patients as well. And Tua Che, do you also have something to add to that? Yes. So I think I would like to summarize what these two panelists have said. So I would like you to visualize a map in your mind. The x-axis would represent the prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and operation and rehabilitation, or hospice experience of the end users or the patients, so the transfer across these experiences. And the y-axis would be the entities that provide these services, like health insurance companies, hospitals, local authorities, hospices, and other healthcare service providers. And where the x-axis and the y-axis meets would be where you map the service, and that would illustrate the digital healthcare services that are provided to the end users as of now. And you will notice that most of these services as of now are analog, and on the other side, digital healthcare services would have to have a data processing capability by breaking down these different stages that the patients or the end users go through. And if you look at the different points in time and the different points of service, you have to figure out which part is digitized, which part is not digitized. And when you identify that gap, you can learn where to digitize in order to create added value. And from that point of view, you will understand why it's so important to digitize healthcare. Because if you think about commerce or finance or other industries, we already have a high level of digitization. However, in healthcare, it's still dominantly analog rather than digital. And that is why digital technologies and digital data processing have a lot to do for the healthcare industry. It can actually create a lot of value in healthcare industry, because it's kind of an untapped market. It's more of a promising market when it comes to digital technologies, and that's why I'm very excited to see many more digital innovations in the field of healthcare. Thank you. Tua Che, when I met you personally, you told me this, which was impressive. You said that digital healthcare is a planned future that will 100% come about. It's not an if, it's a when. And I would like to give you some examples of that. Recently, there are a lot of discussions on telemedicine, as well as using AI to read x-rays and medical images. And also, we can use VR or metaverse or blockchain technology to provide healthcare services. And there's a lot of potential there to create added values. That's basically the idea of digital healthcare. I have prepared 3 questions for you today. The first question is, as I told you in the beginning of the session, One of the reasons why people are so focused on digital healthcare is because of COVID pandemic. We are all wearing facial masks. We have these silos between us. After the pandemic, we have had so many changes unfolding in the digital healthcare industry. And I would like to know what you found the most interesting or impressive in terms of the changes in digital healthcare. Youngin Kim, why don't you begin?
그
Yes. With the outbreak of the virus, the major change that we faced was the acceleration of everything that used to happen before. So somebody said that we are experiencing 2025 because of the pandemic. So the pandemic accelerated the trend, and this will become the norm in the future. Well, at least that was what we had expected before, and it actually became the norm. So Korea did not experience lockdown, so the impact was not that huge. But when it comes to Europe and the US, lockdowns caused fitness centers to shut down, and people had to stay home. They could not go outside. That's why they had to rely on mobile apps to lose weight and to exercise. So we saw a rising demand in those services. And now, the services, the conventional ones that we used to provide, now moved online. And regulations as well as usage of those applications are also on the rise. Now, this is a type of investment for the future. I think before we used to see this future as something we have to achieve in the near future, but now it has become reality. So I think the major change is that the patients and the users can actually feel the assets. So what I mean by that is we call experience asset. So you have to experience something to know how good that is. So before they had to spend actual money, but now because of the pandemic, now everybody can access digital healthcare and get a glimpse of what digital healthcare is like. And now the experience can evolve going forward.
Yes, because of COVID, a lot of the barriers actually went down, accelerating changes in digital healthcare. And the public now have much more access and much more experience of digital healthcare because of COVID-19. And next, Sujin Kim.
네, 비슷한 얘기는
Yes, I would like to echo what Mr. Kim said. So yes, scalability and experience are the two themes that emerged. So of course, the conventional healthcare sector did not collapse because of the pandemic in Korea. I think we fared quite well. But then when you turn your eyes to other countries, the traditional healthcare sector faced huge challenges. And because of that, they moved to telemedicine faster than expected. Now, of course, you may think, well, this is something that you need to get involved into in-person consulting or meetings. Or, for instance, sometimes, when if you think about it, in the future, you may have like remote meetings with your, future parents-in-law and our life will change going forward. So I think now we are on the same page regarding those changes.
Yes. Overall, we have had growth in any contactless activities across different industries. And telemedicine or contactless medicine also is growing on a global level. And also, a lot of countries like the US have actually eased the regulations on telemedicine. And so we see growing acceptability of the telemedicine. And next, Tuache, what do you see as the biggest change? Yes, I agree with what they've said. I think what's the most important is that we've seen changes in norms. When we discuss any new industry, we think about, is it effective? Is it profitable? Does it give enough ROI? Does it have too many regulations? Well, we basically skipped all of those questions because of COVID, because these questions are now meaningless in the face of COVID-19. And so digitization of healthcare is the only way forward for us now. And also, people realized how valuable health is. And these two messages or the basically lessons we learned through COVID-19. We had a blank canvas before COVID-19. Now we kind of have an inevitably full canvas. And so this industry of digital healthcare will continue to grow stronger in the future. And in Korea as well, now the consumers, the end users, know that this is the way forward because they've got a taste of it during COVID. And so at the industry level, we will see growing markets. We will see such great products and services continuing to be launched. Great. Yes, you talked about norms. So norms would refer to something that you think is normal, and that has changed because of COVID-19. And we were actually able to skip so many different barriers and questions that come with any new industry. Thank you for your meaningful answers. And the second question is, actually, I am watching the YouTube chat in real time to read the real-time questions by our audience. And what do you think is the most promising in digital healthcare? We talk about digital therapeutics, metaverse, AI, telemedicine, and etc. Because you are actually working in digital healthcare, I'm sure that you have your specialty. But regardless of what your specialty is, what do you think is the most promising sector or theme in digital healthcare? Young-in Kim?
아무래도 저희가
Well, we are most focused on, of course, this might lead to disagreement, but this is my personal take on that question. Well, Ms. Kim talked about the digital transformation and that the patients and users have now become the leading agent in controlling their own data. And I think that's very significant, especially when you think about information asymmetry when it comes to insurers as well as other providers. Now they held the data of the patients, but now patients can claim their rights over their own personal data. And I think that is a very definition of digital transformation. And of course, digital healthcare is a very technical area. So as I mentioned, the wellness can actually serve as a gateway between digital healthcare to the patient. So it can act as a segue into the patients. So what I mean by that is, for instance, people using smartphones and, taking care of their health with their smartphones or relying on telemedicine to see their doctors. That concept is quite new and unfamiliar. But now, using our mobile app, you can actually get coaching about how to lose weight, and you can also get trained, and you can exercise. And with that, you can get a glimpse of what digital healthcare looks like, and it will help patients, accept the concept of digital healthcare. So we don't really have a digital wellness platform per se. For instance, for finance and other sectors, we do have such platforms, but not for the wellness sector. So now we can't really say that there is one dominant player in this market. But let's say that we target cancer patients. And then, you can't really, scale that up to all patients. But then if it comes to, diet or losing weight or exercising, that's quite universal. And you can start off with those concepts and then maybe drill down to specific topics. So I think that's one way forward. And of course, Ms. Kim and Mr. Che will talk more about this. But digital therapy and therapeutics is very much different to the conventional drugs. So you have to use apps, to access such drugs. So it's about, UX and UI. It's about providing better user experience to the users and patients. So you have to really have very strong contact points and touch points with your users. And I believe that those will be quite promising going forward.
제가 유튜브로
And I have a few follow-up questions. You said that unlike finance or other industries, in digital healthcare, you don't really have an integrated platform yet. For example, Noom has a platform in its own particular sector, and so do other companies. In the long term, do you think that digital healthcare will see the consolidation into a single platform?
되게 좋은
Oh, that's a very good question. Well, in fact, I think we can only make a deductive conclusion. For instance, like, did the existing players survive with the digital transformation or not? We have to see the results, and I think the results is still open. But what I see as a future is, for instance, like insurance companies now have eased regulations, and we see more data flowing into the digital healthcare. And at the same time, we have our startups in the digital healthcare sector, so one vertical, doing well and performing well, and that can actually lead to more success cases. So I think we have to integrate, the two have to meet halfway. And well, I look forward to an integrated and converged model, and I think that would be ideal. Especially, Korea is better positioned to create such a model compared to other countries because Korea is a strong player in healthcare sector, and we provide great access to not only healthcare but to IT. So by combining the two, I believe that we can strengthen the platforms, and that can go global and survive and succeed in the global market.
통합 플랫폼
Yes, in creating a consolidated platform, I mean, a lot of the insurance companies are actually in that process. And also, there are vertical platforms that could be developed by startups. And I have a follow-up question that we got from YouTube. So there are big IT companies and insurance companies that we could benchmark. And also there are the roles to be played by startups like Hooray Positive or Noom Korea, targeting your special vertical. How do you think that the big conglomerates and the startups can create synergetic effect?
드리면은
Well, so if you travel back before the COVID-19 pandemic, digital startup companies, did not really, it experienced a lot of difficulties receiving investment from big companies. But now after the outbreak of COVID-19, now people are more interested in health, and that was accelerated by the pandemic. And I think that healthcare and education, where we saw a lack of investment, are now receiving more investment because of the pandemic. And I see more opportunities to receive investment. So from different avenues, so we don't need to rely on big companies only. However, healthcare companies can receive investment from the government as well, not just big companies, but it has to leverage its logistics power as well as its capacity, as well as the big companies have this strength, and the startups can leverage such strength of the big companies, but we have maybe a stronger upper hand.
Yes, big players like insurance companies, pharmaceutical companies, and governments, they are our subjects of cooperation with the startups, and also it's more advantageous for us to now win investments as startups. And my next question is, so my question was, what do you think is the most promising in digital healthcare? Sujin Kim?
네, 뭐 지금
Yes. As Mr. Choi mentioned, as the moderator mentioned, we develop digital therapies and digital therapeutics, and I think that's quite promising. Not because our company develops it, but because it is very promising. So we are very excited about those developments. So maybe this strategy goes against what Noom is doing. So it's not accessible to everyone. It's not about becoming healthy and losing weight. It's not universal. What we do is very specific, and it targets a very few number of population patients. So we target specific population groups. And well, we have to have a dual track strategy because if you think about the conventional healthcare industry, as we said before, commerce or mobility or banks, well, they provide a very accessible service. However, that was not the case for healthcare. I'm sure that you have a hard time, coming up with a success story in the healthcare sector. So of course, sleeping and eating, that's part of your everyday life. So we have to provide services to that caters to those needs. However, that's not what healthcare services do. What the services did in the past was, it targeted the gyms as well as the nutritional food. So if you think about it, sometimes you want to hit the gym, but then you subscribe, but then you fail to go through your plan. So it's like one moment we can make you open your wallet, but it stops there. So that is why we have to make it sustainable, and the concept of health has to be sustainable, but it's not easy. So you talked about digital therapy. So because we have many non-experts from our audience, can you please elaborate on what digital therapeutics are? Well, they are drugs, like surgery drugs and treatment, and we provide it in a software manner. So it's an application that we offer to the users. For instance, for people having trouble sleeping, we can change their sleeping patterns as well as behaviors to improve health. So it's not just about improving health itself, but it serves as a therapy and therapeutics, and it receives approval from the authorities. So in the B2C area, it was not easy to succeed. So what happened before, it was the doctors, prescribing the drugs to the patients, and we want to retain that with our app so that it becomes more reliable and people can follow that through. For instance, we have PHR, the personal health content data, and we can connect all the different data together. For instance, once telemedicine becomes widely accessible, then sometimes people would have to go somewhere to get their drugs. So it can't be 100% telemedicine, but digital therapeutics, everything is done online. With source code and API, you can just download your prescription paper, and it can be delivered to your doorstep. So now, because we keep creating data on our app, we have much potential to link it to other services as well. So in a way, we have this huge platform, and it can be used in a different manners, and it can also serve as a standalone solution for the users.
저희 분야에서
Yes, digital therapy is really one of the most discussed topic, and it seems that a lot of people in our audience today are also interested in digital therapies. There are a lot of investments flowing into digital therapies, and also there are a lot of government initiatives on digital therapies. So there is a follow-up question to that. What are the pros and cons of digital therapies, and also what are the characteristics of its fee schedule? I think you already covered the pros. Are there any cons of digital therapy? And also in terms of the fee schedule, well, I mean, that could lead to endless discussions. But anyway, what do you think the fee schedule for digital therapy look like?
어려운 질문 죄송합니다. 네.
네, 그래서
Well, as you said, it has to be integrated into the healthcare sector. How do we make money? We, of course, it will be covered by the insurance companies. So what will happen is that for this it's 20,000. For this it's 4,000. All the prices are set. For instance, if you have like a C-section, then that price is set by the authorities. So it's not a free competition, free market. You have to claim the money. And so at the end of the day, it has to be reasonable, and you have to be able to persuade the insurance companies.
굉장히
Yes, the fees are an important topic, not just in terms of digital therapy, but across all the different areas of digital healthcare. And there are some things that are not so appropriate to be discussed in open forums, but we are working very hard across the board. And also a lot of the government agencies, I believe, are more forward-looking in terms of adopting digital therapies for the Korean people. And last but not least, Tua Che, I also want to ask you this question of what do you think is the most promising in digital healthcare? Well, I'd like to point to two things. Number one, there are innovations that can happen within existing digital healthcare services. And number two, there is a potential of convergence with other industries around the same focus of health, and that could lead to new opportunities. The first part that I talked about would involve the innovations in hospitals, pharmaceutical companies, and pharmacies. And in that context, we could maybe see a type of a hospital that's unprecedented, that we've never seen before, which provides telemedicine, and that could provide innovative experience. And the second premise that I mentioned was also related to innovations in pharmaceutical industry. DTX is actually one of the ways to innovate the pharmaceutical industry. And one of the key words in pharmaceutical industry is, of course, distribution. Even if we have distribution, we have to think about how to prescribe the drugs, how to deliver the drugs, and there will be a lot of pressure on different actors on that front. So we have to maybe reevaluate the existing roles of the pharmacies in terms of delivering the medications that have been prescribed by the doctors. And I think there are already some innovative ideas about redefining this role. And the second promising part I mentioned was that health is something that is relevant to all industries, including finance, housing, education, and everything. All the industries are interested in health, and that's why I think that we will see faster innovation through convergence. For example, in the food and beverage sector, in the past, the businesses were only concerned about selling a lot of foods and beverages. But now people are becoming more health conscious. Consumers are now considering health much more in their purchase decisions of food and beverages. And so the food industry will also transform around this keyword of health. these days, a lot of people are increasing their intake of protein through foods or supplements, and I think this is just the beginning of a change. So yes, the food industry could change, and also there could be a convergence between healthcare and finance industry. And it doesn't just mean a financial company trying to sell more insurance products. It's more about truly understanding and identifying the needs of the users to make a decision making. This is what we call My Data project. And to this end, a lot of the financial companies are engaging with healthcare companies, especially digital healthcare companies. So I think My Data business is another area which holds great promise. Can I say my personal interest? Yes, of course. If I was given an opportunity to build another startup and I was free to choose whatever item for my business, I would probably choose this. I think there are two ways to expand healthcare service. Number one is climate and health, climate and environment rather. I think healthcare is something that could be extended to the idea of environment and climate. And another item that I could consider is that the ultimate health management, I think, is the death management. What I mean is, how do you prepare for death? How do you manage your death? And how do you leave what you have to your descendants, so to speak? And I think that is basically the ultimate goal of health management. And I know that this would be relevant with a lot of different areas like philosophy and law and so on. And this is an area where we don't see a lot of innovation. And if digital innovation could also reach this business of death management, I think that could also be quite promising. Thank you. You gave us a lot of keywords that we can think about. So you said that there could be innovations within hospitals and pharmaceutical companies as well as pharmacies. And also you talked about the convergence across different industries around the focus of healthcare. And also you talked about some fascinating business items like the concept of well dying and an opportunity for the finance sector. And I think that brings me to the next question. Dua Che, I would like you to maybe answer this first. Here's the third question. Where do you see Korea's digital healthcare industry in 10 years' time? Where will we be in 10 years' time? And to reach that point, what should we do? What do we need? You talked about the concept of well dying, and you talked about the different industries that can become relevant to healthcare. So as we chart our path forward, what do we need, and where do you see ourselves in 10 years' time? So 10 years later would be 2031. When you look at the advancement of deep learning technology these days, it's almost scary because it's so fast. So we have definitely reached the critical point in technology and the turning point in technology. So in 10 years' time, I think we will be able to really address a lot of the problems that we face today using technology. And what we need to do is we have to imagine what can become possible. I think that's our roles of the panelists here. For the next 10 years, we will see unprecedented changes, like unprecedented hospitals, unprecedented pharmacies, and unprecedented hospices, and other unprecedented experience that we've never thought possible before. And to make that into reality, what should we do? Well, hardware technologies and software technologies are already there, I think. So let's assume that these technologies are already there. Our job is to dream what can become possible, what should become possible. And I think that is the role of the players in the market and in the field. from that point of view, you mentioned earlier about the relationship between big conglomerates and startups. And I think it will be a competition of who can dream better. So large conglomerates should also reorganize themselves so that they can dream better. From that point of view, if that's the rule of the game, I think startups are at a very advantageous position. In the past, if you wanted to do deep learning, you had to buy expensive computers that were not accessible. But now, everybody can use the computers to use deep learning. In the past, if you wanted to develop a game, only the large companies could do it. Now, the tools are available to everyone, so as long as you have great ideas, you can develop your own games. Likewise, that's what's gonna happen in the digital healthcare industry, in my opinion. So I think my role is really to dream big, and also it's important to create a society and a culture which promotes people to dream big. Tuache, that was an inspiring answer as a visionary. And thinking about 10 years from now, you said that most of the technological barriers will disappear. You said that the software and hardware technologies will be available. It's more about how well we dream, how well we imagine. That, I think, is a lot of food for thought for everyone. Today we have this session of the experts and the professionals, but we should not be complacent. I mean, I think all the panelists here have been in this field for at least 10 years. We're kind of old bees rather than newbies, so we may have limitations in our imagination. So I think maybe the audience can provide us with the imaginative input and creative input. In Korea, we have this word called young blood. So I think we really need to acquire a lot of young talents to get inspired by them. And now, who would like to go next? Where do you see ourselves in 10 years' time?
인물이지만
Yes, I'm also an old bee, as you said, but I will unleash my imagination as much as possible. Anyways, I majored in psychiatry, so I'm very much interested in mental health, about my voice, the wearable devices, like everything surrounding me. So now let's say that your stress level is high, and then your car will shift to a relaxation mode, and your AI will receive the command to provide you with the right consulting and prescription. And with that, you will ride smoothly, turn on the vehicle, on a self-riding mode. And now, let's say that, the signal is a very warning sign signal. Then you will make appointments with the doctor via telemedicine. And let's say that you're again struggling with panic attack. Then of course the doctor as well as the software will have the patient records, all the data, and based on that you will get prescription for your mental illness. And you will also have a distress program, at a premium rate to relax and wind down. Now, of course, it's not so much of technology hurdles, but the obstacles that we are faced with right now is how much trustworthy will the data be, and how much reliable will telemedicine be. And of course, the government will need to provide support, and we need to gain the trust from the public about this type of application. And I wished all the success for my data.
Yes, because you're a psychiatrist, you talked about the different aspects of mental health and how technology could actually support the enhancement of mental health. Next, Youngin Kim, where do you see ourselves in 10 years' time? I was going to ask you that question actually, but Actually, there is another question about how competitive Korea's digital healthcare would be in the global market. Noom is a global company, of course. So, in your opinion, do you think that where do you see Korea's digital healthcare in terms of competitiveness? And in 10 years' time, where do you see ourselves?
글로벌 말씀을 드리려고 했는데
Well, I wanted to talk about the global market, and you just asked that question. Anyway, we have our headquarters in the US, and I'm the country manager for Korea and Japan. And because of that position, I was able to identify the strength of Korea. I talked about the accessibility to IT, healthcare, and data. At the same time, speed is another strength that Korea has. So what I mean by that is speed of innovation, because speed matters when it comes to the adoption of innovation. Let's say that for illnesses beyond losing weight, for cardiovascular patients as well as cancer patients, and the speed of service delivery is much faster than the U.S. So Korea can set the example for other countries, and that's what we actually do right now. So in 10 years time, so I don't want to be too rosy, so that people have too much expectations about Korea's healthcare. So I'm not saying that we can take our platform to the US and innovate and reform the US healthcare system. But when it comes to Southeast Asia and Japan, our neighboring country, then because we can overcome racial differences as well as other gaps more easily, I think that our experience, be it platform or data analysis or risk analysis, we can actually leverage that to export those capabilities to those specific countries that I just mentioned. And just like the semiconductor business, this is a sector with a high entry barrier, and because it's not dependent on how much investment you get. So K-Wave, I think it's now something of the past. We have to look into the future. But given its potential and promises, I think that we can go global. But if you are thinking of kicking off new startups on healthcare sector, you can't just go global overnight. You have to really be prepared. So even if you have, you operate the business in Korea only, for now, you have to look into the future in terms of the market size and scalability, because if you are too late, then you have to, create everything from scratch. So please make sure to be prepared. And in 10 years' time, I think that, be it Indonesia or other countries, a Korean company, healthcare company, can actually provide services to Indonesia. I think that's feasible.
Yes, startups in Korea have a lot of potential, and they're growing fast, and the speed of growth is what matters. And in digital healthcare, we shouldn't just target advanced developed countries like the US or Europe, but also there is a lot of potential of working with Southeast Asian countries. Now, we're almost near the end of the session, but I did already address some of the questions that we got from the audience on YouTube, but in the remaining time, I would like to address some more of these questions. Later, we will have a presentation by Newbase that will address your question about the relationship between metaverse and digital healthcare. And the reason why we have panelists from Noom Korea, AMED, and URA Positive is because they are really some of the representative companies in terms of digital healthcare in Korea. And I think what was really impressive during today's discussion is the message about how the competition is about dreaming well. And also, in order to create this future, what should the government do? What should the businesses do in order to shape the future? This could be a difficult question, but what do you think? The businesses, the government, and also the individuals, what do you think their role is? Especially if you think about the government, a lot of the governments suffer from lack of imagination. So what do you think the governments could do better?
드리면은 각자 본연
Well, you have to do your job. So, for instance, governments, they cannot, once if they try to provide the service, if they try to assume the role of the service provider, then everything will go wrong.
심판자
Yes, I think the government should basically play the role of maybe an umpire and maybe not compete with the private companies and leave it up to the private companies to innovate. And I have about 1 minute left. Is there any other comment from the other panelists? If not, we will conclude the session. I thought 1 hour would be quite long, but actually, because there were so many interesting things to talk about, the time flew by so quickly. And I hope that we were able to cover a lot of the questions from the audience as well. And I would like to once again thank Youngin Kim from Noon Korea, Sujin Kim from AMED, and Tua Che from Hooray Positive for joining us here today. I was Yoon Suk Che from Digital Healthcare Partners. Thank you. That was a session on the future of digital healthcare. In healthcare, there are different stakeholders with different perspectives, and we were able to see many different angles on these questions by having a good mix of the panelists with different specialties. And I hope this was a meaningful and inspiring session for you. Now, in addition to digital healthcare, digital data, digital metaverse, and all the other IT technologies are bringing a new future for all of us. And next, we have a special session where we will actually introduce some startups. Before we begin the special session, I have a housekeeping announcement. I know that we have a big audience on YouTube joining us online. And I would like to once again give you some information about the viewer event. In order to make this a more meaningful forum for you, we prepared a number of events. Before we start the special session, we will have real-time quiz event. On the screen, we will show you some questions. So please read the questions on the screen. And also, in the chat room, you will see the information on the quiz event. If you know the answer to the questions, please write the answer and then your name and then the phone number. We will receive your answers until we begin the special session with introduction of the panelists. We have a lot of prizes for the winners, and after the end of today's forum, we will also announce the winners for this event as well as other events. We also have a lucky draw at the end of the event. During the Future of Digital Healthcare session, we had diverse discussions. Digital healthcare may be an unfamiliar topic for some, a familiar topic for others, and I would like to introduce a startup that has a service to kind of strengthen your mind. This is a special session prepared by the forum's organizer, Korea Startup Forum. Now, during the session, we'll introduce technologies and business models of startups that lead changes in digital economy through innovative technologies. Our first startup is and also we have startups in 4 areas: healthcare, my data, and metaverse. As the digital world continues to expand, people are more conscious about their mind health. Now, we have CEO Yoo Jung-eun of Mavo, a mindful meditation app service that can strengthen the muscles of your mind.
명상의
Good afternoon. My name is Yoo Jung-eun from Mabo. So, Mabo is Korea's first mindfulness meditation. This concept might be unfamiliar to many of you, but this is actually quite popular across the world. We have Calm and Headspace in the States, which made into the unicorn companies. And we also have Apple and Samsung's Galaxy phones, which also provide mindfulness services for users to easily access this service and meditate. And in Europe, we also have some movements where schools are adopting this kind of meditation services. And we've been seeing some conferences on mindfulness meditation in the States. And for instance, we had a CEO of a mindful meditation provider, which talked about the benefits of the mental health from mindfulness. And COVID-19 has accelerated different changes in our everyday life. And COVID-19 has had a great impact on our life. So this is a data from Euromonitor, a research center. And this is a question from a survey that the company asked to many people. So the question was, what is your definition of healthy? And for the first time ever, mental health topped the answers. This means that in the age of COVID-19, people care more about their mental health over their physical health. And this is the first time ever that we are seeing such shift. And for the past 1 year, well, this is a very gloomy data. We see that the share of depression risk group due to prolonged COVID-19 increased more than 6 times compared to 2018. So it's not just, we can't just single out COVID-19. So we had many different symptoms and many different groups that suffered from depression, and COVID-19 sort of accelerated that trend. Now, mental health and mental health care is receiving and garnering much attention on the global stage. And we are seeing the rise of contact-free services. For instance, we have Headspace in the US, and it's about to receive FDA approval for one of its services for mental health. Now, this is another data that comes from the same company, Euromonitor International Research. Now, as you can see here, the rising interest in mental health has put the global meditation market size at 7.2 trillion won in 2027. And this is a huge rise from 2016. Now, against this backdrop, Mabo was first created back in 2016. At that time, not many people knew that they could meditate using an application. And these were some of the pain points that I wanted to address with the launch of Mabo. So a lot of people were interested in meditation, but they were afraid that meditation was actually involved with a specific false religion. Or sometimes they would download many apps, but it was all in English, so they could not meditate because of the language barrier. And they wanted to experience meditation that worked, but the previous ones didn't really work. So Mabo helps users meditate anytime, anywhere. So it starts from the beginning, and it helps you walk through all the different steps of meditation depending on your moods and your circumstances. So you don't need to go to a specific location, to the woods or somewhere quiet for retreat for meditation. Sometimes when you're upset, when you're angry or depressed or frustrated, you can actually just log into the app and meditate. And Mabo also provides a service that helps people look inside themselves and share those pains and emotions with others. So we have created a community for the users. So Mabo hasn't really conducted any marketing strategies over the past 5 years. So this is just organic growth that was triggered by word of mouth of the users. So as you can see here, the accumulated download is 380,000, and the accumulated number of subscribers is 220,000. And we have about 1/3 of the subscribers who retain their subscription for over a year. And Mabo has garnered a lot of attention from the media as well. Well, this is no surprise because, as I said, this is the first ever mindfulness meditation in Korea. And in 2016, when we launched this service, we then developed the service even further, and we made an official launch back in 2018. But then, it really received much attention last year and this year because of the pandemic. So Mabo does not just run its business on its own. It collaborates with other different companies as well because it's a one-source multi-use content. So sometimes, companies would buy bundle subscriptions from Mabo, and sometimes, we have different types of populations that would ask for different types of subscription memberships. And we work with Kakao or SK Telecom to provide different services. So this is what makes our job proud. What we are proud of these comments. So there was one firefighter who had trouble sleeping, but then recovered after taking our meditation lessons. And there was a person who said that she recently reduced her antidepressant medication, and there was one who suffered from panic disorder, but then was able to fly for the first time ever to Jeju Island thanks to Mabo. So on the left, you see the effects of Mabo on symptom relief of outpatients with panic disorder. So that was a paper that we published with the Ilsan Hospital. And on the right, you can see the history of our different types of membership and subscription models. Now, the digital healthcare market and digital mental market is still in its infancy, so we can't really make predictions about how the future will look like. And this is quite challenging because, as I said, this is the first of its kind. So we don't have other meditation apps like Mabo in Korea, but one thing is clear. We have a strong need in the market, and the need is growing, and digital healthcare will accelerate and grow even further, driven by COVID-19, and it will not be an alternative to the conventional healthcare, but it will stand on its own going forward. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for the presentation. So we talked about digital healthcare, and I think that Mabo is very much pertinent to what we just discussed with digital healthcare. we have different types of digital healthcare services provided to the users, and we hear a lot about people suffering from depression as well other types of illness. And of course, digital economy has its pros and cons, but I think that today's forum will serve as a great opportunity to learn the dark sides as well as the bright sides of the economy. Now, moving on to the next speaker, we will hear from Mr. Kim Hyung-seok of Team Wink, which runs ALDA, which is an asset management service.
네.
Good afternoon. I am Kim Hyung-seok from Team Wink. We provide credit management, asset management, and lending intermediary service called ALDA. Earlier, we talked about our mental muscles with Mabo. I think one of the situations when you find it the most difficult to make decisions is when you have to make money-related decisions. When you don't have the liquidity to buy a house, you have to get loans. When you don't have the liquidity to do some activities or buy certain products, you may also have to consider loans. In the past, this took a vertical structure from lending from different financial services. And now the market landscape is changing. Distribution commerce is accelerating in the financial market. This illustrates the change. In the financial market, one of the fastest growing market is the lending market, and that's because people continue to experience inflations and people continue to lend more and more money. You have to make reasonable decisions to get reasonable loans for your own needs, and that's why our business decided to provide this service. Especially, there are more and more people who are going to secondary banks instead of primary banks to get loans. By next year, the secondary bank lending volume would be more than 110 trillion. And the problem is that the balance to loan ratio is still low at 18.5%, especially when it comes to contactless loans. So we needed to innovate the lending market. And that's why we decided to launch this service called ALDA so that we can help people manage their credit and we can help them manage their loan products so that it becomes more easy as well as effective to manage their assets. So we've been providing this service specialized for credit management, which has been met with a great market reaction. So as you can see, the motto for our company is "We make it incredible." It is the subject of our innovation, and in this case, it's the distribution of the financial market. So how will we innovate the distribution structure in the finance industry? In 2020, we began with credit management PFM. In 2021, we introduced the lending intermediary platform. In 2022 and onwards, we hope to create my data-based lending intermediary platform so that we can create ultimately my data-based financial distribution platform. So what are the issues faced by our end users? For example, if you want to buy a product that's 10,000 Korean won, you compare many different websites to find the cheapest price. However, when you get a loan in the size of 100 million Korean won, which is much more expensive than the product that I mentioned earlier, you just go to a bank and you ask for the loan because you don't have enough information about the different loan terms and conditions. When we had a look at our user data, we found that on average they have 5.6 loans and they don't have enough time or information to find out about the loan products, and they don't know when and how much to repay, which can then negatively impact their credit score. And therefore, we wanted to help these users of loans, these borrowers, so that we can provide them with the right information about the different benefits as well as the terms and conditions of loan products. To do so, we focused on these three aspects. Number one, we wanted the users to know better about the loans. We wanted them to manage their loans based on this information and also find out information about prospective loans. And also we wanted them to know about the credit because depending on the credit, you can have different terms and conditions for your loan. So you have to manage your credit score. And If you look at smartwatches or IoT products, digitization allowed you to quantify your behaviors, which can then motivate yourself. And that's the idea behind My Data. We use My Data in order to understand better about your financial behavior and patterns so that you can use the services that are right for you. We have been designated as the Financial Services Commission's innovative financial service. We provide a feature called Find Customized Loan. It compares the different terms and conditions of different loan products as well as the different interest rates so that you can find the best fit for you. And then once you get a loan, we help you manage your loan. We help you repay your loan by telling you in advance how much you have to pay so that you can prevent any delinquency and you can manage your loan products. And next, we also provide solutions for credit management because if you get a loan, your credit score inevitably falls. So we provide you with ways to increase your credit score. For example, paying for your phone bills, paying for your health insurance, paying for your pension funds, etc., so that you can actually increase your credit score. So we launched this service 3 years ago, and we have a lot of users. And also, we create free services like credit reports so that we give information about how the other users manage their credit score. So in total, we increased an aggregate of 1.6 million points on a cumulative basis for the ALDA app users. And with all the data that's been accumulated by our users, we created this assessment model called ALDA Living Score. When the users provide us with their data, it helps us to analyze the data patterns based on credit card usage or account-based behaviors so that we can actually identify ALDA Living Score, which is basically an alternative credit rating score with our own assessment model. We hope to link this with My Data service so that we can help our borrowers get better interest rates as well as better terms and conditions for their future borrowings. ALDA Living Score marked in the 20-point range in KS score. In the 40-point range in KS score. The average is 20 points, but we scored 40-point range in KS score. My Data, we were designated as the My Data service provider in January, and it will help us advance our solutions and services so that we can enable the users to make more reasonable and informed choices. We provide data on deposits, installment savings, credit cards, loans, credit score, consumption. Within our in-app platform called ALDA Cube, all of this data is accumulated using our ALDA Cube platform, and we use algorithms to analyze the data so that we can provide customized services for our consumers. So that's our plan for the My Data service. And once this comes along, then the living score, the ALDA living score of 40 would become even higher. The consumers provide their data to us. They use living data to assess the loans, and they can actually take out the loans based on this living score. And for those borrowers, we provide them with debt management solutions so that when it's time for them to repay the loan, they can get another loan for repayment, and this creates a virtuous cycle. And this means that the users can actually resolve all the previous challenges that they had due to lack of information. I would like to elaborate a little more about the living score. In terms of credit cards, there's data on the amount that you used and derivative information, categories of payment, different days of the week, different times of the day, etc. All of these elements go into identifying your living score, and this also becomes the foundation for our My Data service. And in order to effectively use the My Data service, we continue to develop effective algorithms. And we have a cumulative number of 420,000 members, and the loans that have been provided through our solutions have increased by 30 times over this period of time. And although there are regulations of financial authorities in this sector, we stay committed to helping our users get the best loans. To do so, we use algorithms, big data, AI, and security solutions so that we can provide safer and secure services for our consumers. Currently, we are working with 48 different partners to provide our service, and together with these partners, we are pioneering this new category called loan tech. We want people to manage their loans as well as their assets so that they can create a richer and more informed loan experience. And we'll continue to innovate to this end. Thank you. Thank you very much. Utilizing data is very important for startups, and I get a lot of questions about which startup has a particularly good use of data. And I think Alda by Team Wink is an example of using data effectively in order to provide service for the consumers. And during the healthcare service, the moderator mentioned this startup, NewBase. Earlier, we talked about metaverse and we talked about digital healthcare. Now, this startup that we're about to introduce actually brings in as a junction of between these two areas. So we have Park Sun-young from NewBase who introduced View Level, a virtual medical simulation service. Good afternoon. I am Park Sun-young, CEO of NewBase, creating the future of virtual medical training. We use virtual simulation technology so that we can help people acquire medical knowledge to save lives. Over here, you see this service called View Level, which is what we provide. You can have an experience of digitally diagnosing, treating, and communicating with patients in order to learn about medical knowledge. And we have established virtual hospitals in the service, and there are various medical skills that you can actually practice using Vulabo in the format of a mini game. So from the point of hospitalization until discharge of the patient, you can simulate the entire process. And prospective healthcare professionals, well, it takes 2 weeks for healthcare professionals to complete clinical practice, clinical training, but it only takes 2 hours using Vulabo. It can curtail your learning time and enhance the learning benefit. I would like to tell you a little bit about the background of why we developed the Vulabo service. So here is the question that got us started. The prospective healthcare professionals who don't have a license yet and who are not trained enough, how should they develop themselves? And in order to become real healthcare professionals, you have to have ideally, you want to have first-hand experience with actual patients. But because they are not trained yet, it could be risky from the patient's perspective to actually have clinical practice by these untrained healthcare professionals. Also, there could be some privacy issues of patients in certain departments, such as obstetrics. So in the past, healthcare professionals used a dummy for simulation. However, as you can see, it's a dummy, which is obviously very different from actual patients. And there were a lot of limitations in simulating the diagnosis or treatment of patients using dummies. And now we have seen developments in VR simulation technologies, and this is emerging as a great alternative for a clinical practice of healthcare professionals. However, there are limitations in terms of VR simulation, especially from the developer's point of view, because in the digital and virtual environment of a hospital, it may not be as real as an actual patient. So the challenge here was how to make it as realistic as possible, and at the same time, it had to provide as much coverage as possible because there are so many departments in medicine and there are so many different skills that the healthcare professionals have to acquire. So we needed to maximize the coverage. And achieving realism as well as coverage was quite difficult. It's much more difficult than developing a game, for example, because we have to actually test and verify the different content, and we have to really provide sophisticated designs in order to make sure that the healthcare professionals can learn these exquisite skills. And that was a big challenge for the companies in this field. And so we have seen some low quality and low price. So there were some companies who were undecided between providing a low cost, low coverage solution versus high price, high coverage solutions. In the hospital, as you know, the patients experience pains across all of their body, not just in particular parts of their body. However, due to the limitations in investment and budget, a lot of the companies introduce these simulations that are specialized for different parts of the body. This means that with every chapter, with every part of the body, you have to use different solutions. And we needed to overcome that challenge. We wanted to enhance both realism and coverage at the same time in VR healthcare education simulation. And that's what we did. We, VLevel, create the most realistic simulation game using SAS. What we do is, instead of being reactive to the needs of the hospitals, we proactively develop the content that the hospitals would need. And the hospitals would pay for the services and the technologies that they want to use. And VLevel achieves both realism and coverage. To do so, we did data virtualization, modularization, and Unity engine. This shows our example of data virtualization in a patient, in a digital patient. We analyzed more than 1 million sets of data on real-world healthcare, and we mapped it with the actual resources that were used by the healthcare professionals. So the users can actually experience the digital patients by entering the resources that they use in the real-world hospital. So we did the mapping of data and resources to create the digital patients. As you can see here, the age, the height, and the weight data have been reflected in the digital patients. So depending on how you treat them, how you diagnose them, their body characteristics would change. And also, the texture changes in patients can be observed using simulation, and all of that was also possible through data virtualization. Furthermore, any changes in their health status can be shown through data. For example, if they have any problem with staying conscious or with a respiratory system, you can all see that due to data virtualization. And some people ask me, why did you make it 3D? Why didn't you use maybe real action image? Well, if we use real action image, it could actually be easier to develop. However, in doctors and nurses training, they often have to observe the sensitive body parts, and we cannot actually use real life actors or actresses to expose their body parts. Also, there's a limit to using these skills if you use real life actors and actresses, and therefore we use 3D technology to enhance the effect of the simulation in this education. And this is a medical skill game. The patient is not the only thing you need. You also need to learn how to diagnose and treat and communicate with the patients. So we offer that experience in the format of a mini game, and it's in a modular format. So you can practice these skills for different scenarios as if you're playing a game. So you can, for example, practice administering intravenous injections or injecting other drugs in the patients. And also, once you repeat and iterate the learning, you can quantify the results of your learning based on data so that the users can self-assess their progress. Usually, medical guidelines have a standardized algorithm for education, so we used that standard algorithm to analyze best practice as well as the students' behavior to produce the reports. In January, Volabo officially came live, and since then, fire and disaster response headquarters, as well as hospitals around the country, are using this service. For example, Busan Metropolitan City Fire and Disaster HQ is using this for official education, and also a National Medical Center is using Volabo service. And also, we had a lot of satisfactory comments from our users. They wanted us to continue developing great content because it can really save their cost in education, and also in terms of VR medical simulation game, we have these two categories of education for actual healthcare professionals and prospective healthcare professionals. And I believe there is a great potential for us to expand to different categories. I think VR simulation for healthcare could be of interest for the police, the military, as well as the healthcare professionals. And actually, a lot of the stakeholders in these sectors are also showing interest. Now, our so-called role model company is Lerdal. It has a 5 trillion Korean won annual sales, and it's one of the first companies to introduce a body simulation solution. And we want to be the Lerdal of the metaverse. So we will use the web-based solutions to make it more engaging and realistic. And Volabo is expanding both its platform as well as the medical expertise. Volabo has digital patients, virtual hospital, and medical skills, which we provide through content. And also we hope to create profits by providing professional training courses. We want us to be a solution that allows people to share knowledge and skills for saving people, and we hope to contribute to this market going forward. Thank you very much. Thank you. We were able to learn about the actual applications of metaverse and database deep learning to promote healthcare knowledge and healthcare skills on the site.
자, 다음은
Next. So this is not a Korean startup, but a global startup case that we would like to share. So we would like to hear from CEO Agarwal Pankaj, CEO of Tech Hive, who will talk about a class Sati, which was designed to address the education gap in India and Korea.
Thank you so much for inviting me to this amazing event. I've been watching the videos, listening to the speakers, and it has been a great experience, great learning experience. The most important being that somebody talked about all startups will compete based on how much they can dream, right? So it's all about how much you can dream. And our dream is to build a hive of tags to boost everyday experiences. I'm Pankaj Agarwal, founder and CEO. To begin with, I would like to share some of our achievements to date as a company. We were seed funded by Samsung Ventures in 2017, and we raised additional investments in the last couple of years. Our total investment raised to date is $1 million, and we are a team of 13 people. Our company is a Korea company. We are a Korean company. And I happen to be in India right now for business, and we also have an Indian team. So we have a team of 5 people in India. And together with 13 people, we are building an amazing product, amazing solution, and we are looking forward to hire more people. So in the audience, if we have people who are looking for a job change or wanting to build something really amazing, please do consider us. We have built something which has been adopted by schools in Korea, but more importantly, schools in India. India is a big country, as we all know. There are around 1.5 million schools, and 2 big Indian states have decided to deploy our solution in over 2,000 schools. We have commercialized tags in the play domain, commercialized tags in the study domain, which I'll talk about in a moment. And our study app, which is called Class Sati, has had around 300,000 downloads so far, and around 4 million questions have been solved. So Class Sati basically is a quiz-based learning app through which we collect learning data of the students and show that to all the stakeholders to improve the students' learning outcomes. Of course, more details coming in right now. We have 31 IPs, of which 19 are registered. We are proud as a company to build the world's first clicker system to work on a mobile app. Generally, clicker systems have been built on the desktop systems, or for the desktop systems. We are the first company in the world to build something for the mobile app. Also, a couple of awards for us. The most recent being in the Fortune India 40 under 40. We were able to be there on that list. And this is relevant because we did not do any marketing. It was all very organic. They found us, and we were happy to be on the list. Amongst that, besides that, we have other awards that we are proud of. But in the interest of time, I'll move on. And a lot of media has featured us, our work, Class Sathi, our impact that we have made in the schools in India and in Korea. So our vision is to build hive of tags that can boost everyday experiences. Now, what do we mean by everyday experiences? You know, like playing, studying, shopping, sleeping, all these experiences that we do every day. Now, don't we have inconvenience when we do these experiences or when we do these activities? You know, you would want to sleep better. You would want to shop better, more effectively, more efficiently. Now, we are thinking of building tags, physical tags, as well as software tags, hardware tags and software tags to amplify the experience. And not only in the physical world, but we talked about metaverse. We also want to address the virtual world experiences. So as a father of two kids, I started my first foray into play and study. How do we create tags to amplify the play experiences? How do we create tags to amplify learning experiences? And hence we say that our company has one vision, but we have multiple missions. So our first mission was to build play tags. And we built play tags to increase the play value of toys. And we partnered with Kongsuni manufacturer Young Toys in Korea. And we sold 20,000 plus units of toys in Korea. But toy industry is a slow industry, slow growing industry. So we moved on from that domain to the education domain. And we built study tags to make learning more effective. And we built Class Key for Korean market because we are based in Korea. So we built the product for the Korean market for Korean classrooms, and Korean classrooms have PCs in the classroom. So we built this clicker set, student response, that the remote control that you see here, it's like a student response system where students can press the buttons and teachers can see the response of each student. That way, teachers can make the classroom more interactive, more engaging. And clickers have been proven to be very pedagogically effective tools. I'm not selling clickers here. I'm selling the low cost, the affordability, and the entire experience in our solution. Now, having done that in Korea, we found that we have a large market in India, huge market with 270 million students studying in K-12 market. Now, for that, we found that most schools in India, especially public schools, don't have internet infrastructure in the classrooms. They don't have computers in the classroom. So we built something that can work on the teacher's smartphone app. So all that you need is a teacher's smartphone and our bag of clickers. And we call it Class Sathi for the Indian market. And given the COVID-19 context, we started adding additional capabilities in our study tag platform because these clickers were more relevant, or the system that we built with the teacher app, the clicker, and other stakeholders app that was more relevant in the physical classroom. So we moved on to create something called a virtual clicker, wherein a teacher and a student can still have the same experience using the digital devices that they are using right now. For example, a teacher is doing online classroom, they can use our system, our platform, to have interactive quizzes, and teachers can have more control of the classroom, because what is happening today with the online classroom is that teachers have lost control. You see a screen like this and they are speaking to all these square boxes, and teachers don't know who's paying attention and who's not paying attention. Students are feeling disengaged with so many things, so many distractions around. So with our solution, teachers can make sure that every student is engaged, they are participating and really learning every day. Also, outside the classroom, we have, for the students want to learn on their own, and teachers want to monitor the students' progress. So we built something that students can use on a daily basis to learn on their own. And we have seen a good traction on our platform, which I'll share in a moment. Also, we believe that this virtual clicker, this online environment, has given us a motivation. And talking about dreams, we started dreaming about how do we create a tag hive metaverse, a Sathi metaverse that really makes learning more interactive, more immersive. And we're doing that right now and looking for talent in that space as well to come on board and help us build that metaverse. Also, as a technology company, it's very important to keep a tab on what we have built, what are our capabilities. So on the hardware side, the clickers that you saw on the screen, they are BLE beacon-based tags, and that can be easily adopted for any domain, not only for education domain, but for shopping, for sleeping, for exercising, for multiple domains. On the software side, we have built SDKs for working with third parties. Also, we have built our own mobile apps and desktop apps to use those clicker systems. We have our own content management stack. We have our own study tag AI stack to really make sure that learning is more effective. We have filed a bunch of patents in Korea and in India, some of which are already granted as well. Now, talking about traction, the class key system, the PC-based study tag system that we have built, is used in over 850 classrooms in Korea, and it has received great feedback. More so in COVID times when the schools reopen, students were sitting far apart, they're putting masks on. How do you make such a classroom interactive? Teachers will have a hard time, but with our clickers, with our system, with our platform, teachers can easily engage every student and every voice is going to be heard. Now, this is for the Korean market. For the Indian market, we call it Class Sati. You see the huge contrast in the classroom environment. But you see the smiles on the students' faces. They really love our product. And we have shown that with our solution, the students' learning outcomes and attendance has gone up significantly. For example, in 30 days alone of pilot, we found that attendance went up by around 10%. And our study group was with 1,000 students in the experimental group and around 500 students in the control group. We found a significant improvement in the attendance score. Also, we found that the learning outcomes went up by around 8% across maths and science in just 30 days in our pilot test. Also, in our second pilot test with a different state in India, we were told that Class Sati is now acting as a data lens for them. Because for governments to create these kind of data points, it takes them months because they have to do all this manually. But in our case, when the students are learning in the classrooms with our clickers, they're responding to the questions, all the data gets collected and is categorized in a format or arranged in a format that the teachers and administrators can easily understand. So now they can take action more promptly. Now, based on this feedback loops that we have created with teachers and students and administrators, the learning has become much more effective. And because of that, both the state governments where we did the pilot test, the UP state and the MP state. By the way, these two states are in the top 5 categories. Like they have the top 5 population in India in terms of state breakup. UP is number 1, MP is number 5 in terms of population in India, and they have huge number of schools. And both these state governments have endorsed our product, and they want to bring this solution in their schools in a large number. Ford Foundation is working with us as well, and through our partner, of course, implementation partner, and they have confirmed to deploy the Class Sati in 200 schools in Varanasi. And we are working with World Bank and other foundations to see how we can deploy our solution in MP state schools. Now, once this is done, we will work more directly with the government of both the states and other states to use their budgets, their ICT budgets, which is around $10,000 per school, to deploy it in their schools across the state. Also, our Class Sati app, which is designed for private schools, and a lot of students are coming to our app every day. This app has been downloaded around 300,000 times already, and around 4 million questions have been solved. This app basically is a self-learning app. Students can come and learn on their own. Teachers can also use this app to give quizzes, to give homeworks, and a number of things. To give you some data, a view here, like in last 1 year alone, we saw a huge increase in the downloads, huge increase in the user base, and a huge increase in the engagement time. Now, again, compared to other existing startups in the education technology world, these numbers may not be that exciting. But I want to really highlight here that we have done very limited marketing. As a startup founder, I'm in the camp of those who believe that it should be more organic. Instead of creating a buzz initially and then losing that fad, we want to go very organically, very slowly, but meaningfully. Also, our new features, the live quiz and the homework features, have seen huge adoption. And if I were to make this presentation, say in 3 months from now, I could show you an exponential growth in the numbers, but I hope that will be there coming soon as well. Talking about competition, we have a huge set of companies. All of these companies, they are in the tech space. But I really want to highlight that these companies belong to this private school bracket. They are addressing the private school segment. Of course, with our Class Sati app, we also address the private school segment. But our key foray or our main focus here is in the public school segment. Million schools, around 180 million students. We want to be in that space because not many people are working for that government school space, and we want to address that space with our technology. And we have already done a good job with the pilot tests. We have got traction with the government, letters of approval and letters to deploy, and we are working with foundations to deploy that in the schools. In terms of revenue model, it's very straightforward. We work with government schools and provide them this bag of clickers that you see in the picture here. Pretty straightforward model. Sell the hardware bag one time, and of course, get a one-time fee, but also a maintenance fee going forward. On the software side, we work with private schools mostly and charge a small fee per student per year. There are a lot of details that I wanted to share, but in the interest of time, I'll just keep it very short. Our organization chart is simple. We are a Korea company. We have operations in Korea, R&D in Korea, but we are also building our team in India, mostly sales and marketing. And also recently, we started hiring developers from Indian market. We have a team there, and we look forward to expanding that. Showing you some faces here. This is our dev team. I'm also an engineer by training and engineer by profession, and now I'm a CEO of the company. And we are focusing our efforts on the AI piece. We have 2 AI researchers. We have web developer, we have junior developer, we have server engineers, and we're also looking for more engineers to join our team. So in the audience, if there are engineers who are looking for an amazing job at Tag Hive, please do reach out to us. On the other side of the team, non-developer side, we have operations and marketers, partnerships, customer support, design, communications. And again, we're expanding as we speak. That is all from my side. This is our office in Korea. We are based in Songpa near Munjeongyok. Looking forward to have more people join us, looking for investors, looking for partners. And on that note, I'll end my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention. Looking forward to fulfill the dreams of the company and make a better world with our technology. Thank you so much.
네, 감사합니다. 저희가
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you for the presentation about Tech Hive. And I would like to make a correction. I said that it's a global startup, not a Korean startup. But what I meant by that is that it provides service to India as well. So it is also based in Korea.
것처럼
We heard about the business models of 4 startups. If there's a startup that you're interested in, I suggest that you contact them personally to get further information. Moving on to our next session. And now we will move on to session 3. It's titled Data Governance and Policy. As we embark on the journey of my data industry, we will discuss digital economy policies in finance, transportation, and healthcare, among others, hear from industry stakeholders, introduce overseas cases, and explore ways to secure data competitiveness. Let me introduce the panelists and the moderator. As the moderator, we have Professor Yoo Byung-jun of Business Administration at SNU, Policy Coordination and Planning Officer of MOEF, Jaewon Kim, and also Jung-hee Shin, Head of Project Development at Viva Republica, and also Jade Nestor, Head of Public Data Policy at TikTok, is joining us online. Now, I will pass the mic to the moderator.
예, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will be moderating session 3 of today's forum. My name is Yoo Byung-jun from SNU. So I would like to ask the speakers, the panelists, to introduce themselves very briefly. So why don't we go with Mr. Kim first, and then Mr. Shin, and then Jade. So the topic of this session is data governance and policy. And of course, I think it's one of the key pillars of digital economy. Data is the new gold. And we sometimes call this economy data economy. So we compare this to oil in the age of industrial revolution. And as I said, we compare data to oil. So we have to understand how we need to deal with this very important asset. We need the proper guidance and policy to deal with data. So as we have many people with us today, not all of them are data experts. So we will talk about the policy and governance of data. But from your own position, can you please introduce yourself and what you do in terms of data governance and policy? Why don't you go first, Mr. Kim? Yes. Hello, my name is Kim Jae-hwan. So what we do at MOF, we oversee all the economic activities and financial activities in Korea. So we work with the Information Agency as well as the Ministry of Administration and other ministries such as Ministry of ICT to improve data control and data governance. And our focus of interest is how to create more efficient data to deliver that to the consumers. And secondly, we also focus on data privacy, the protection of privacy, and striking a balance between privacy and data efficiency. So it's about using data more efficiently while making sure that my data is being protected. So we are attempting to design policies around that. Yes, thank you very much. Now over to you.
저는
Hello, I am Head of Project Development at Viva Republica, which is providing a service called TAS. First of all, thank you so much for your invitation. It's an honor to join you today. Our focus is, as My Data becomes part of the legislation, the My Data services on TAS have to be launched in the most stable and secure manner. And also in line with the changing laws and regulations, we will have to work closely with the government as well as regulatory authorities. From our point of view, the focus in terms of My Data initiative is that we will have to redesign user experiences. And we have to maximize the convenience for our users based on My Data initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Jade.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm Jade Nestor. I am the head of Data Public Policy Europe for TikTok. I work on privacy and security public policy generally, but I'm also looking into a number of other related issues that we'll discuss today, such as personal data management and governance, data portability, and other ways to leverage data and steward data responsibly. So very excited to join you on behalf of TikTok and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, let us look at some of the issues that we have. First, the Korean issue. So, especially the financial service was planning to kick off the My Data service. However, it delayed the schedule by 4 months because the license holders would need more time to test all the samples to get ready for the project. And this is the first of its kind globally, and Korea was leading this initiative, so we need more time to prepare. So now my question goes to Mr. Shin. So as a company that prepares for My Data service, what are some of the challenges and what should be improved going forward?
네,
Yes. From the service provider's point of view, the delay in the launch of My Data project is actually not entirely negative because, as you mentioned earlier, we were able to carry out multiple sample tests, and I think that the verification is of absolute necessity before we actually launch My Data-based services. Because this is an entirely new project and initiative, we want to make sure that this is beneficial from the user's point of view. So I believe that the FSC's decision to delay the launch of My Data project is quite positive in that it will allow us to begin our service more securely and more stably. As for the challenges that we face, the government policy direction of designating the government as the entity with stewardship for data and private companies providing related services, I think it's a great direction. However, there are also challenges for TOS as well as other My Data project service providers, because we have been providing these related services even before My Data project, and now we have to actually redesign existing services depending on the changing laws and regulations in response to My Data project. And we do not want to create any negative disparity in terms of user experiences. To give you some examples, as I read in the media, and as I know from my experience, in My Data project guideline, it's actually limited for the youth to make use of the services or experience the services. At the moment, we provide our existing services to the youth, and now they could have limited access to the services because of My Data project. But I did read in the media that the authorities are reconsidering this limitation, and we welcome that. Also, another challenge is that there are so many different consent procedures which will entail My Data project, and we have to embed these consent procedures in our services in the most organic and natural manner. And this will also have to be an important consideration as we reinvigorate our services based on My Data project.
서버를 할 수 있는
Yes, so the service itself can be quite flexible. So it's about personal data, and we need to make some adjustments in terms of regulation and laws. So I think the government needs to be more flexible with its approach so that the business sector can do its job as well. Now, moving on to Mr. Kim from MOEF. So My Data project is a part of the many new policies that the government has introduced. And what are you focused on going forward? Well, we announced the Digital New Deal last year to advance the data industry and to really accelerate the convergence with 5G and data. So it entails everything, from storage to delivery of data. And we currently carry out many different projects. And so by 2025, we wanted to inject 6.4 trillion won into this project. And we want to bring together the public and private sector to make sure that we accumulate the data and we disclose the data. So we want to disclose about 14 million data by 2025. And when it comes to the NTS data, such as tax payment, as well as the business providers' information, we also want to disclose such information to make it available to the public. And secondly, to promote data distribution, we have adopted many different digital platforms. And we are providing support to those platforms. So it supports the entire cycle. We have 16 projects that support such projects. And we want to increase the number of such projects as well. And we want to make sure that all the applications are linked, and that the users can have a single view of all the different applications. So we want to provide a map about that. And next, of course, we have to connect this to AI. So AI learning for imaging and text. So we have about 1,300 types of different services that includes about 16,000 data. So that's quite broad, and we are very keen to what the ministry plans to do. But then, my concern is that it has to have value, for usage for the users. So now moving on to the data privacy issues. Now, as we discuss data privacy, data issues, we have to talk about data privacy. And Europe has the strictest regulation, and Korea relies on the EU regulation very much. And of course, Europe focuses very much on the protection of privacy, but the US is more about it takes a different opinion. And since Jade, you worked in the U.S. government, and you also you are in charge of TikTok Global, I'm sure that you know about the different perspectives between the EU and the U.S. because the U.S. it's more about surveillance rather than protection of privacy. So it's been 3 years since the adoption of GDPR. So what would be the biggest change that have been brought about with GDPR, and how will that affect the digital economy going forward?
Thank you for that question. EU privacy law has really been influential for a long time. It's based on the Fair Information Practice Principles, which originated in the 70s and early 80s, and then were notably advanced globally through the OECD guidelines on the protection of privacy and trans-border flows of data. The privacy principles from those OECD guidelines still lie at the heart of the GDPR and of the Data Protection Directive before it. And this also underlies that privacy best practices globally. Particularly after the passage of the GDPR, we've seen a proliferation of new privacy regulations around the world that reflect elements of the GDPR. And that's very good for creating interoperability between frameworks. And you mentioned, for example, the Korean law being similar in some ways to the European law, and I see this as related. In terms of the most significant changes related to privacy and also how the GDPR will continue to evolve, one interesting thing we've seen is how transparency and accountability, which are important principles in the GDPR, are emerging as important topics in other legislative proposals in Europe, including the AI regulation. Personally, I think it will be interesting to see how policymakers navigate alignment of these different regulations with similar obligations. There might be some potential overlap, and how will regulators figure out jurisdiction and enforcement for these different transparency requirements across different laws, different regulators. At TikTok, we recognize the importance of transparency for our users and for the broader stakeholder community. And in light of that, we opened a Transparency and Accountability Center in the US last year, and we're proud to announce a new Transparency and Accountability Center in Ireland this year, which unfortunately is a virtual Transparency and Accountability Center at the moment, but will be open for physical tours hopefully next year. During tours at the Transparency and Accountability Center, government officials, media, and other stakeholders will be able to ask us direct questions. And during physical tours, when we open finally, people will be able to inspect our code in a secure environment. So we're excited about that. And further, in the spirit of transparency, we've also been putting out what was called a transparency reports, and now our quarterly reports are called community guidelines enforcement reports. And these include a growing number of categories of information. And as we've evolved the report, we've aimed to push the entire industry forward when it comes to transparency and accountability, particularly around user safety. For example, to bring more visibility to what we do to protect minors on the platform, starting in June of this year, we added the number of accounts removed from the full TikTok experience for potentially belonging to an underage person. So there's a number of users that we pulled from the platform that's included in that report. And that builds on our previous work to strengthen default privacy settings for teens and to offer parents and teenagers tools to better manage their information and to limit features like direct messaging for them. As we look ahead, we'll continue to identify new ways to protect users, but also to provide enhanced transparency and accountability for all of our stakeholders.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
역시 아무래도
Yes, so GDPR is the leading regulatory framework which provides much guidance to other countries. And you talked about transparency and accountability, and I thought that was quite interesting. And GDPR provides guidance on those two elements as well. And alignment between laws and regulations. So consistency per se would be quite important, and having a consistent guideline would also be important for other countries to follow suit. So I think we have to learn a lot from GDPR. Well, the principles will be pretty much the same, but I hope that we can learn the good side of GDPR. And while you worked in the US and Europe, so from your perspective, I'm sure that you see the pros and cons, of the two continents, from the US regulatory framework and the EU framework. Do you see any pros and cons between the two so that we can learn from that?
It's an interesting question, because the U.S. government has had a privacy law for a long time. Federal privacy law has been in place since the 1970s, and in the U.S. they were promoting fair information practice principles very early. Privacy policies were encouraged since the 80s. So in a way, there was a mature operationalizing of privacy in the US quite early, and Federal Trade Commission enforcement has been quite strong. So for a long time, arguably, privacy was quite robust in the US, but you didn't have an overarching omnibus privacy law. I would say when I was in government back during the Obama administration, we did try to put together some legislative frameworks to advance, and that was in the Obama administration's Consumer Privacy Bill of Rights, and other legislative proposals were made at that time. Unfortunately, there have been a number of interesting proposals, but no agreement has been reached, and that's been about a 10-year period where no agreement has been reached. So I would say that the U.S. is still very committed to privacy and for companies to put responsible frameworks in place. But I think there has been a lot of frustration that they haven't been able to put a national law in place, particularly amongst privacy stakeholders. And on the EU side, there's been a mature framework for a long time. I think in terms of compatibility between frameworks, like you were mentioning, the EU has become more forward-thinking about interoperability between frameworks. With the GDPR, they solidified a number of mechanisms for cross-border data flows. When I was in the government, that was something that we were looking at a lot, like how we could build accountability mechanisms to be able to protect data as it transferred across borders. And we see that the EU focuses on that through ideas like codes of conduct for cross-border data flows, and of course, binding corporate rules and standard contractual clauses. Those are also mechanisms that are mentioned. And of course, adequacy, which now Korea is on the cusp of getting adequacy approved by all parties, which I think is very exciting. I mean, when I was in the government, that was something that people were thinking about. They were forecasting that for the future. So it's very exciting to see that actually happening. And it's also very exciting to see that happening after the European Court of Justice Schrems 2 case came out, which looked at US practices and criticized those practices, saying that without additional safeguards, that those US privacy practices might not be sufficient to protect EU user data. So to see Korea on the cusp of adequacy after all of that scrutiny of national practices in the US, I think is very exciting. And the Schrems 2 case with the Court of Justice does create some tension in terms of the need to transfer data, but also these limitations on maybe being able to transfer data because of perceived risk So the EU is putting guidelines in place through the European Data Protection Board to be able to create pathways for data flows and also to articulate safeguards that need to be applied to data. I think in terms of the overarching differences, the main crux is that you can't just have a law, you need to have robust enforcement to match the law. I think that is something we see internationally. And when I was in the government, any sort of way that different governments could talk to each other and try to identify commonalities in their frameworks is always the best start to building international compatibility. So we'll look forward to seeing more initiatives like that so that we can respect the different imperatives that governments have, for example, data sovereignty initiatives, while also making sure that we don't create digital islands where data can't flow across borders. Every company, I think, is grappling with how to do that and trying to work with governments to resolve it.
네, 감사합니다. 제가 추가 질문하면서 이제 또 질문.
Yes, thank you very much for that. That actually served as a perfect segue to my next question because I wanted to ask something about data transfer. But anyways, GDPR tells us that we need to align our regulations and laws. So we need to be aligned, stay aligned, and examine closely what happens. Now, moving on to the next question. So we've heard from Europe and the US, but what about the Korean policies? What do we need to do better and what are we doing well? So if you were to self-assess, well, actually, Korea is very keen about data protection, and we make sure that we go through consent from the users. And we talked about GDPR, but Korea also receives evaluation about the adequacy for its data privacy level. And that means that Korea's level of data privacy protection is quite similar to that of the EU. So that should be our precondition. And of course, we have to use data quite wisely. So we enacted the Data 3 Act last year, and that led to the kickoff of My Data service. So we need to adopt more policies that promote data protection. So we try to stay aligned to that. And we also have Data Dam initiative that the Korean government recently launched. And under that initiative, we have many small programs that we have rolled out for the small and medium-sized enterprises as well. And actually, AI providers have increased from 220 to 900 or so, and the data providers from 2,100 to much more. So about 10% of all the data that we have started to be accumulated. So we want to build the right data capacity and really promote data as a standalone sector. So that itself is quite significant. But from the institutional point of view, of course, I talked about My Data service as well as the Data 3 Act, but we are still taking baby steps. It's still in the early phase, and we'll go through many trials and errors. So we have to really, use other benchmarks to do better. And now we have Data Privacy Act that covers everything. but we need to have a basic framework act on data so that it can regulate specific areas. At the end of the day, we have to deliver data to those who demand such data, the users, but we cannot deliver trash. So we have to provide quality data. So big data platforms and AI learning tools are some of the initiatives that we are currently examining, and we are paying our attention to the voice of the users as well. Yes, you talked about the Data 3 Act and the Framework Act on data. Of course, we need to enact or revise existing laws. So I do understand that the Korean government is taking bold steps in that aspect, but I'm sure that users, have something to say. So, Mr. Shin, would you like to say something about that?
그래서 말씀 주신
Yes, the government's policy as well as the legislation of the three data laws mentioned by the officer, it's a direction that we all welcome from the businesses as well. But from my data project's point of view, I would like to add a couple of comments in terms of vitalizing the use and management of user data. From the business's point of view, in order to actually promote the utilization of such data, when you have a lot of my data service providers in the market, it's very important to actually persuade the public to use these services themselves. It's difficult to persuade them about the benefits of these services. That's how we can expand the market. And from that point of view, I think there is a room for improvement in the existing My Data project, because at the moment it has the limitations in terms of acquiring more service providers to actually increase the penetration rate. In order for a business to be registered as a My Data service provider, there are so many different procedures that you have to go through. I mean, from our point of view, we were registered from an early stage, so we don't have to go through all the procedures. But for the companies that are just beginning this journey of My Data project, they have to go through a lot of hassle in registering themselves, and that could be a barrier for many of them. And also, in terms of My Data project, there are a lot of other stakeholders like financial service providers, which provide API in order to respond to the privacy requirements of the My Data project. And therefore, when individuals or My Data service providers use these APIs, for example, it means more cost. And therefore, the users will feel hesitant about using the data services, and this could actually slow down the development of this project. And in order to securely establish the project, the government did introduce a grace period of a year where you don't have to actually pay this cost. But I think there are still barriers which have to be broken down, especially for the users. The users shouldn't have to pay anything to use My Data services, or maybe the government could provide subsidies to encourage more users to take part in the project.
뭐
Yes, thank you very much for that. So you talked about the registration eligibility, the hassle that the businesses have to go through, and TOS is, of course, quite large in terms of its size, but of course we also need transaction mechanism, which is quite costly. So of course the government cannot support all the different companies, but it needs to support infrastructure as well as other elements as well, because we have to promote the market itself and expand the market itself. So we will look forward to your support. So this is another question that I wanted to ask. So data scientist Dr. Kathy O'Neill gave the second keynote speech, and she talked about what can go wrong with AI. And she talked about biased algorithm, and big data can actually deepen inequality, and that we can fall into the trap of generalization. And she also talked about the flaws of measurement. So of course, from businesses point of view, we need to have unflawed algorithm, and we need to make sure that we do not fall into the trap of generalization. So now, what are your thoughts on this, Jade?
So, in my previous experience when I was in the government, I worked on the Obama administration's big data review. And in that context, the group identified how decisions related to things like insurance and financial services can impact people. And Kathy O'Neill mentioned this, how are algorithms impacting people? I think this is a really important area, particularly for those type of sectors where life-changing decisions are being made about people. In the EU, the GDPR has built-in requirements around automated decision-making in these types of areas, where there would be a legal or similarly significant effect on an individual. So that establishes a certain criteria for these types of decisions. But this is an area where thinking continues to evolve. Other legislative proposals are also looking at it. So I think we're going to see a lot more review of this area, both in terms of sector-specific regulation and then some overarching regulation. So continue to watch this space, particularly in Europe.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. What about you, Mr. Shin, from the perspective of private sector?
Yes, as a company that makes a heavy use of data, one of our focus is instead of intentionally influencing consumer choices using algorithms, we want to actually help consumers make informed choices. And we have this good intention of using algorithms which can help consumers make their best decisions based on the best information that's available to them. And as My Data project begins in earnest in the financial industry, they will have to really think about the impact of algorithms carefully. And I think the government policies are moving toward a direction of promoting healthier use of algorithms. For instance, we are currently providing a service where the users can compare different loan products, and we use an algorithm which has been pre-approved by the government because it actually shows the information to the consumers without any biased filters.
Yes. So you said that you understand the efforts of the government. And what about you, Mr. Kim, since you're from the public sector? Well, of course, we have to be careful about using data in the proper manner, because otherwise we have seen many flaws and errors that can be caused by algorithms. But we have to minimize the risks anyway. And in May, we actually announced an implementation strategy for AI so that we can guarantee reliability of AI, or it's about the algorithm guaranteeing system. So it's about really developing very detailed policies and plans for AI. And as I mentioned, we have the privacy law, which is pending at the National Assembly in Korea. And of course, when it comes to AI, which makes automatic decision, while humans need to have the right to decline the use of AI. So under the new law, humans will be able to, and we will be able to minimize the risk posed by AI automation. And when it comes to AI and algorithms, we need to study more about its side effects and its benefits. But anyway, we will do so to provide the right framework to protect our consumers and users. Yes, of course, we need to use the solution, but at the same time, we need to carefully examine its advantages and disadvantages. Since we are joined by many experts, we have many interesting questions on YouTube. Well, this is quite tricky. It's a question for TikTok. It's a global service. So I think this person saw it on TechCrunch. So biometrics data is being collected by TikTok, and I believe that is too much of a data that you are collecting. So of course, this is a very important data, but what would be your take on this? I think many people are interested in what TikTok is doing. So Jade?
Sure. So to clarify, that change referring to biometrics was in the U.S. Privacy policy. That was a change that we made to the U.S., and there were no updates that were made to the EU privacy policy. And we periodically review and update the privacy policies to reflect current practices in the relevant markets. And I represent the EU. So just to be clear, that's one distinction. And in the European context, to clarify, we don't undertake processing of biometric data. And there's a few things to consider on this, and that we need to think about when one refers to biometric data, it has a very specific meaning in a European context, and that can differ from the laws of other countries, including some in the US. And the GDPR has very specific criteria for when data is considered biometric data. So in the European context, we're not actually processing that, and I can't speak to the other changes in the other privacy policy, actually.
예, 원칙적인 내용.
Yes, thank you very much. And we have received more questions. I think this is more of a case. So this person had an X-ray photography in a hospital, and then went to another hospital to get a second opinion. And are there any ways to boost the convenience of the patients? I mean, I also experienced this. I actually had X-ray, and that I had to get a second referral, a second opinion. So can you please talk about this, user convenience and data protection of the patients? So it's the two conflicting together.
Well, from our point of view, at the moment, we do not handle any medical data or healthcare data, so I may not be able to give you an accurate answer to the question. But in terms of this dilemma between data protection and convenience, I think that what's the most important thing to consider is we have to ensure safe processing of the data. We need the foundation for safe processing of the data. And as far as I know, in the healthcare sector, this foundation has not been established yet. And so data transfer between hospitals, as far as I know, is still risky. We need institutional measures to secure safety in that respect. And I'm sure that the government will support encryption technologies and other tools to actually lay the foundation for safe and secure processing of the data.
이게 좀 이런
So I think what this person wanted to say was this. So data privacy. So under data privacy, businesses will try to make sure that the data is not released. But then, from the patient or user point of view, that person may want his or her data because of convenience. So I think that's an issue pertinent to my data service as well. So it's a conflict between the two. So let's say you have this data, and how much are you willing to disclose such data? So do you have any principles? So up to what level will you disclose the data? So I think it entails different factors such as cost and other elements as well. So up to what will you process the data, and up to what will you disclose? How much? So in terms of raw data and structure of the data and processing the data, I'm sure that these are topics that we will discuss much more once my data is released. So from TOS perspective, up to what level are you willing to disclose or use?
네, 이 부분은
In that respect, I may not be in the best position to answer the question, but to do my best. Regarding information requested by the party that the information belongs to, of course, we will provide the information. And let's say in the financial sector, there's transaction data, and it should be provided to the transaction parties, and that is the existing structure of my data project. But for example, let's say that a company used personal data to analyze it and process it to generate certain results, then that kind of process data would be provided according to the different purposes of the different companies.
이제 오프닝
So transactional data will be disclosed, you said. So what about structure of the data? So since you have your own platform, I have a question to Mr. Kim. So we talked about transactional data here, but then because of Data Protection Act, sometimes users may want to have such data, but it may not be allowed because of the law. So do you have a plan for that, or like a criteria for that? Well, about my data and data flow, of course, if the users want to receive such data, we want to provide such data and information to the users. But we take a phased approach. So at the financial sector, we wanted to kick off my data with the 3 Data Act last year, but then that's been delayed. Anyways, for the healthcare sector, we will introduce my data service, but it will be done in a slow manner because we have to be careful. So we gather data from different websites and mobile webs, but then that still has limitations. And of course, we still have risk of data leakage, especially if data is leaked overseas. So that is why we are pursuing policies that can prevent that. At the same time, we want to scale my data service up to the entire population. So by the end of this year, we will launch the service, and we will be careful to look at what happens in the process to devise the next step. But then, of course, we have to be able to use the data, but on the other side, we have to protect the data. So we need to strike a balance between the two. And So at the end of the day, we have to make sure that we respect and protect privacy, but release and disclose information. And that's very challenging. So that's why we have introduced the concept of unidentifiable information. So that will actually serve as a benchmark, whether it is identifiable or not, how much we will disclose the data. Yes, thank you very much for that. I think this is a very interesting session. And well, I heard that Mr. Kim has to leave soon because he has another commitment. So I have one question left. So before you go, Mr. Kim, anything else that you would like to say about government policy as a closing remark? Well, with respect to the institutions, of course, we have to protect data. That is the precondition. And we will make sure to promote the usage of data for the data economy so that we foster the data sector, at the same time protect privacy. And the private sector and the public sector will need to reach consensus on many topics, and I will make sure to listen to the ideas from the private sector as well as the public, so that the three actors can reach consensus at the end of the day. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Kim. So you may go. Thank you. So I have one final question to Mr. Shin and Ms. Nestor. So we are talking about government policy and governance. And TOS is a leading actor in Korea, and TikTok is a global company in this area as well. But then, of course, we talked about structure and cost model. But, well, how can we generate revenue with data only? Because you have provided services with data at its core. But from the business point of view, how important is data? How much revenue do you plan to generate from data? And any plans that you have, any future plans that you have for data and data services. So of course, don't disclose any trade secrets, but please tell us any plans that you have for the future. Mr. Shin?
네, 우선
In the case of our company, in terms of generating revenues using data, we are almost only solely focused on creating user experience through data. So actually selling raw data for money and expanding our business on that front is not something that we are considering at the moment. We're more focused on providing a user experience based on data. Okay.
하셨잖아요. 그럼 가공
So you talked about the processing cost. So will it compensate such cost? Will that be the pricing of the data?
외부의 데이터를
In terms of providing our data to an external party, we currently do not set any price for the data. And under my project, we will then become an information service provider, and we will have to provide some financial data. And that's how far we got so far. We do not actually have any plan for selling the data that we process to a third party. Okay, what about in TikTok? I think it could be slightly different for you. I know that Facebook actually reaps in a lot of profits through data by actually trading data. And what about TikTok? Do you have any business direction in terms of generating revenue using data? So do you have any plans for data projects?
Well, as an entertainment platform, which is really what we consider ourselves, we have to process data to provide services. So that's a very basic level. But I think for our user community and our platform to thrive, that there just needs to be trust underlying the system, and that means that we need to be transparent and accountable to our users and continue to have dialogues with our users about what trust means to them, what privacy and security mean to them. That's something that we've been doing in the EU, for example, through focus groups and also partnerships with NGOs to try to figure out how to communicate data practices and privacy practices to our users and find out what's important to them. I think as an entertainment platform, as I mentioned, we've seen all of us globally such big changes in the entertainment world, exciting opportunities. And I think TikTok's going to continue to innovate in that space and also have other types of related offerings to try to expand, still staying a place where our users can creatively express themselves, but then just offering more options and more experiences. So yeah, data will continue to be critical to that experience, but we're always trying to put the privacy and security of that user data first and foremost as we innovate.
제가 좀 어려운 질문 드렸나 봐요. 상당히
Yes, that was a very tough question, I think, but thank you very much for that answer. So last but not least, from the business perspective, as we are talking about business policy and you are leading your own teams, any final comments that you would like to say? Anything that you would like to say to the audience? Mr. Shin, do you have anything to say to the audience?
네, 우선
Yes, first of all, this was a very meaningful session for me. It was an opportunity to hear a case of a global company as well as about the government policies. As a financial service platform, we stay committed to make sure that we provide a great user experience based on financial data. That has always been our focus and it will continue to be our focus. Especially if you think about the financial sector in Korea, it's actually been quite a difficult environment to acquire and utilize user data related to finance. And I think TOS played its role in innovating the market to provide better benefits for the users. And we will continue to work hard to this end. And the foundation of all of this is data security and data platform. And we will do our best. I see. So
서비스에
We need to provide service that is useful to the users, and that is actually the essence of data provision, and you will be faithful to that.
예, 한국에 우리
So, to the Korean audience, do you have maybe a concluding remark?
I think for me personally, I'm quite excited to see what happens with the Korean data initiatives, with my data, for example. I think in terms of advanced thinking on data, I know that the Korean government's been doing a lot. I mean, if you look even at the experience during COVID-19, there's been a lot of discussion about innovative data use in Korea, and the fact that that can be reconciled with a robust privacy law is a very good case study for the rest of the world to see how privacy regulation is not hindering innovation, that you have to continue to think about how to protect data in different circumstances, but that it is possible, and trust and accountability have to underlie that system, both for governments and for the private sector.
네, 감사합니다. 오늘 이 좋은
Yes, thank you very much for that It was a great honor to discuss about this very important topic, and thank you very much, Jade and Mr. Shin. It was great to hear about TikTok and TOS, as well as what we're doing in Korea in terms of data policy and governance. But at the end of the day, I think that users matter the most when it comes to data. So from a user perspective, we need to create and generate data that can create synergy, and we need to be able to control data in that manner. So of course, when it comes to my data, we talk about how the extent of data usage so far. We have actually used data quite extensively, but then from now on, it's more about the synergy that we can create with data, which is pertinent to the dilemma between privacy and data usage. And of course, we need to be able to generate useful data for the users by striking a balance between the two. And as all the panelists mentioned, well, I think that this is a new for everyone, and the my data service is the first of its kind in Korea as well. So I wish the success of the service so that it can provide guidance for other countries as well. Anyways, we heard from the private as well as public sector, and I got the impression that all the sectors are well prepared for data governance and policy, and I'm sure that the audience agrees with me. So thank you very much for your insightful opinions, and thank you very much for your contribution. I'm sure that it will help us pave a stronger way forward. Thank you very much for that.
첫 번째 세션의 갈무리까지 완벽하게
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank the moderator and the panelists in session 3. Now we have one last session left for the Digital Economy Forum. For those of you who have been with us throughout the day, I'm sure that you acquired a lot of insight on the digital economy, and I'm sure that session 4 can add to the insight. Before we begin session 4, I would like to give you a brief announcement about the event. We continue to receive answers on the quiz event in the chat room. For those of you who joined us just right now, you will see the quiz question on the screen. And if you know the answer, please write the answer, the name, and the last 4 numbers of your phone number. To the winners, we will present you with prizes. If you want to know if you're the winner, then please stay with us until the very end of the forum. At the end of the forum, we will announce the winners of the event. So I look forward to having you with us until the very end of the forum. The keywords that we are addressing today range from social media, metaverse, and privacy, open data, data sharing, and all the other keywords that are related to digital and IT technologies. I understand that you still have some questions that are not addressed because we handle so many different in-depth topics today. Please understand that this forum is about understanding the general IT trends in the post-COVID era, and we wanted to handle the different topics so that they would be relevant to a lot of the audience that are joining us online. And now I think session 4 brings to you a topic which would be relevant for everyone, and that is future talents. In the rapidly changing global environment, we have to explore ways to foster future talents and reform education, which is a prerequisite to boosting national competitiveness in the era of digital economy. We have a moderator and 3 panelists. Let me introduce them to you. As a moderator, we have Executive Director Choi Sung-jin of Korea Startup Forum, the organizer of today's forum. Our first panelist is Mr. Park Jae-sung, the Woowa Tech Course Director of Woowa Bros. And we also have Adjunct Professor at SNU Graduate School of International Studies, Choi Ji-eun. And we have Global HR Lead at Sandbird Korea, Mr. Hong Ki-nam. I thank the audience for leaving your answers in the chat room on YouTube. After we will receive the answers to the questions up till now, and now we will begin session 4. If you have any questions during the session, please leave them in the chat on YouTube. Let's begin session 4.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the session 4 of Digital Economy Forum 2021. My name is Choi Sung-jin, the moderator of session 4. So the forum provided us with a great opportunity to ponder on very interesting topics, and session 4 will also present you with very interesting ideas. So please stay with us until the end of the forum. So we have with us prominent speakers. We talked about metaverse today, and also about big data and my data. So we covered very important topics, and the next big things beyond the pandemic is the theme of Digital Economy Forum 2021. So of course, this is not just about objects. It's about how we need to foster and nurture our future talents as well. So the change brought about by the transformation, it was not just driven by the pandemic, but anyways, we will see a shifting point anytime soon. And we would like to hear more about how we can nurture talent with 3 speakers. So instead of me introducing the speakers, I would like to ask the speakers to briefly introduce themselves, and please tell us what you do. So first of all, next to me, we have Mr. Park. Can you please tell us about what you do and what you have in mind as future talents and their qualifications? First of all, we have with us Director Park Jae-sung from Woowa Brothers. Can you please introduce yourself?
반갑습니다.
Good afternoon. I am a director of Woowa Tech Course at Woowa Bros. It's a 10-month-long training program for the employees. And also I work at Next Step, where I provide training for the employees. Nice to meet you.
네, 너무 짧게 말씀해 주셔서 제가 물을 마시려다가
Well, that was brief. I was about to drink a sip of water, but anyways, now let's move on to the next panelist, Mr. Hong from Sandbird Korea. It's a global company. You are the head of the global head of people operations. So can you please say hi?
Good afternoon. I'm currently Global People Operation Head at Sandbird Korea. I am Ki-nam Hong. Sandbird is the world's biggest chatting API company. In April, we became Korea's very first B2B chatting API solution company. And I have also worked in HR departments in O-House and other Korean companies. In the rapidly changing environment of Korea, I am focused on nurturing the talents and human resources.
국제대학원
Last but not least, Professor Choi Ji-eun, who is a visiting professor at SNU. And well, I hear that you have extensive experience with training talents. So can you please introduce yourself? Yes, hello. As introduced, I'm now visiting professor at SNU, but before that, I was actually a representative for the global affairs at 더불어 Democratic Party. And before that, I also served as senior economist at a global agencies such as World Bank and ADB. So digital economy and future jobs is one of the topics that I'm very much interested in. And I look at how AI impacts those topics, not only in Korea, but also in developing countries. So I co-authored books and research those topics. Yes, thank you very much for that introduction. So with that, I would like to jump into conclusion because I love doing that. So now, what about the future capabilities that we need to acquire? How can we survive the age of the pandemic? What qualifications are required from the young people and the talents? So let's talk about that. Of course, we highlighted the importance of talent even in the past, but now, it's never too much to stress the importance of talent. If you look at Apple, whenever they acquire other companies, then they will evaluate each talent at about 3 billion won in the takeover process. And actually, well, buying startups is not buying the company, but buying the talent pool. So we now live in an age of talent war. So let's talk about what we can do to nurture more talent. So now let's go backwards, and I would like to ask Professor Che to talk about that topic first. Well, I would like to mention three things. First, flexibility. Now, well, we cannot say for sure what sector will be promising. We need to talk about what skill sets are required, what technologies are required, competencies are required. So first, we need flexibility. Second, we need creativity from the talent. So it's not about staying inside the box. It's about thinking outside the box and really being innovative. And number three, it's about being global. So I think the boundaries between countries have been blurred. So I actually watched a foreign drama yesterday on Netflix, and actually global viewers can easily access Korean dramas and data. So this is a data economy and digital economy. We no longer have borders between countries. So we have to go global. We have to target the entire world. So it's not just about the norms in Korea, but about global norms and the norms that we need to follow on the global stage. So talents need to have such skills as well. Next, Mr. Hong.
뭐 제,
From my point of view, as a startup, the talents that we're looking for can be described as follows. First of all, as startups competing against large conglomerates, in order to secure competitive advantage, we need certain capabilities in our talents. As you must be familiar with, some of the capabilities we're looking for in startups is flexibility in thinking, so flexible thinking. And also, we want people to demonstrate good teamwork, good collaboration with others. And we want people to start solving problems and defining problems without getting instructions from the boss necessarily. And I think fast execution speed defines the competitiveness of startups, and that's what we're looking for in our human resources as well. Also, in this era of COVID, another important capability that we're looking for is we want our employees to be internally motivated. Before COVID, you come to the office and you work with your colleagues, you feel a sense of belonging with your colleagues, and all of that was created naturally. However, with COVID, a lot of people are working from home, and therefore it's become more important for the employees to have an internal motivation.
재택근무
Yes, because we work from home. Yes, I feel you what you said. Now, Mr. Park, what's your take on this question?
그
So, as someone who is working in an educational institute and an education and training program, I would like to talk about the talents that Woo Bros is looking for. So, Mr. Hong talked about what he is looking for as a startup. So, what we're looking for as well is we want people who are actually ready to start working immediately on the site. And also, of course, collaboration and teamwork is very important. So that would be the second quality that we're looking for. And that is actually a priority quality that we hope to nurture in our training curriculum. And the third quality is we want people who can actually teach themselves. I think that's also related with internal motivation. Instead of passive learners, we want kind of self-led learners. We want people who have autonomous and internal motivation. And I think that's especially important in the software or digital industry because the landscape is changing so quickly. You have to continue studying and learning new things. And in that respect, you need to really lead your own learning. So when I communicate with the students, I want to talk about if they're having fun learning things, and I want them to have fun in our training courses.
Yes, thank you very much. So I think you talked about very similar points, but also you also talked about some different points. For instance, flexibility and creativity. That's what Professor Che said. I think all three talked about flexibility and collaboration, as well as autonomy and self-leading capabilities and self-execution. So yes, different qualities required from talents. So that's in principle, of course, we have always wanted such talent. So if I were to add up on that, well, what about the talent qualities in the post-pandemic age? What would be the one distinct difference between the pre-pandemic and post-pandemic quality? Yes, Mr. Park?
분명 뭐 지금 4차
We came through the fourth industrial revolution. In the past, it was about unilaterally acquiring and absorbing existing knowledge and applying that on work. That was all was required in workers. I'm sorry, but I'm a little nervous. So could you repeat the question, please? Actually, you are answering my question. My question is, what's the difference in the qualities of talents between the past and the digital era? Oh yes, thank you. When I was a student, we were all in a competition. I had to study on my own. Everybody else was studying on their own. But now, we have to learn through teamwork and collaboration. I think that's a new priority in the digital era. Also, in the past, at the time, there were so many challenges that we had to address, and even now we do have a lot of challenges. But I think right now we have enough tools to solve the challenges. Right now, it's more about defining the challenges. We have to define and identify the challenges in order to solve them properly. And I think that is what you would describe as a leadership quality. What I mean is you have to actually take the initiative to identify new challenges to solve. And I think that's a quality that's becoming more important.
아니면 아니
Anything that you would like to add, or if you disagree, please feel free to disagree. Mr. Hong?
I would like to build on my previous answer. After COVID, as I said, internal motivation has become more important. And especially in startups where you don't have clear hierarchical structure in the organization. You don't have clearly defined tasks. You have to identify your own tasks. You have to identify the problems that you want to solve in the organization. And this has always been an important quality, but it's becoming much more important today. And especially because we're not physically in the same office. I don't know if I should use the term supervisor, but anyway, in the absence of a so-called supervisor or someone who gives you instructions, you have to take the initiative to understand the mission of your organization and how your work contributes to the mission of the organization. And that will give you a personally rewarding experience, and I think that could provide you with a sense of internal motivation. And I think since COVID, this has become much more important in people's work experience.
Yes. What about you, Professor Che? Yes. So you talked about post-pandemic talent quality. Well, now since everything has moved online and everything is remotely done, I think that the talents have to adapt to the new environment, and also in terms of diversification of occupation. So it's not just about full-time staff, but a lot of people are moving freelance or contract. So we are seeing more different types of employment, but that led to fiercer competition. So the talents will need to adapt and adjust to the new norms and make sure that they're flexible when transitioning from one job to another. And we also need to support such talents in that process. Yes, thank you very much for that. So you talked about very important points. And one common quality that you mentioned, I think, after the pandemic, in the age of post-pandemic and digital economy, we cannot predict the future. It's impossible. So the talents will need to navigate through the uncertainties. And that will be one very critical, essential quality required from the talents. So for the past 20 years, let's say, well, you need to, what happened before was to acquire knowledge over 20 years, and then for the remaining 20 years, rest of the years, the older generations used up the knowledge. However, that's no longer the case. So now we cannot predict the future. We cannot predict what changes will be brought about by the future. So the talents will need to interpret the situations with their own capabilities and be flexible and creative in addressing the challenges. So I think you talked about that. Then how are we going to nurture such talent? So we will talk about that, but I will park that for now. So one thing that I would like to mention first, now when we talk about the digital economy, we talk a lot about software developers and computer scientists and experts with computing skills. And we also talk about the lack of human talent pools that we have. So we say that Korea actually have for at least 350,000 talents is expected to be created over the next 5 years, but that will result in a shortage of more than 30,000 people. So anyways, now, of course, software developers will not be the one and only job for the digital economy, but it will be essential. So anyways, software developers will be an essential workforce. So how important are they in the workforce? Because we have so many different programs that educate students on different majors and not just a software development. So how are we going to train those talents? So Mr. Park, from your experience, what's your take on this?
The background for the introduction of what tech course is actually related to that. In 2008 or 2019, we experienced a severe lack in software developers. We could actually feel it in our everyday work. And Bros wanted to hire a lot of the developers, but there was a limit to the pool that was available to us. And we basically knew everybody in the pool. And so we wanted to expand the pool, and that's why I introduced What Tech Course. And then COVID broke out, and this phenomenon of lack of talent pool is actually accelerating. This year, as far as I know, a lot of companies have offered a raise, offered a higher salary, and is offering remote work as an option to hire developers, but still a lot of the companies are struggling to develop developers. For example, this popular company called Nicaragua, it is also struggling to hire developers. In Korea, a lot of the startups have grown to be bigger, and these medium-sized companies are also struggling to hire developers. So that's the situation we have right now. Meanwhile, conventional industries like finance, manufacturing, they also have to make a digital transformation, and they also want to hire developers. And manufacturing industry or other conventional industries actually wanted different qualities in human resources compared to IT companies like Nicaragua. But now, IT companies and manufacturing companies are looking for the same quality in human resources. However, considering the educational environment of Korea, for example, we don't have enough people with these qualities. So our concern is that it will become more and more difficult for the small companies and startups to actually recruit the talent.
Yes, so well, Ua Brothers Tech Force is actually leading the efforts to train those human resources, but we still have a long way to go. And Sandberg, Bird, you also have a global business, so you can maybe give us some input from not only Korea's perspective, but also global perspective. You have a business not only in Korea, but also in the US. So how about the US? Is it better or worse off?
I think this lack of talent pool is something that's experienced across the globe, not just in Korea. The two keywords that were the focus of today's forum was, first of all, everything is turning digital, and therefore, we require more human resources with digital capacity, and we do not have enough supply that meets the demand. Also, because of the COVID situation, we are slowly shifting toward, or rather rapidly shifting toward a contactless world, and therefore, across the world, we see this lack of talent pool. So this may not be exactly an answer to your question, but developers and other tech specialists, of course, have to be nurtured. That's very important. We have to have enough supply to meet the demand because at the moment we have an imbalance between supply and demand. But from the company's point of view, in the thinking about the post-COVID era, we also see changes in the demands by the employees as well as the applicants. In the past, when we have a negotiation with the employees, we talk about, for example, a leave system or a salary or other welfares. But after COVID, their demands have become so much more diversified. They are also interested if the company provides systematic training, if the company supports their career development. And sometimes the applicants even ask the interviewers about the values or the philosophy of the company. So that sometimes leads to turnovers of employees, and that is also, I think, one contributing factor to the struggle of companies to retain the talents. And therefore, the companies have to actually develop their own convincing value proposition for the employees and promote these value proposition to the employees. And I think that could help the companies retain the talent.
답변이 제가
Yes. So that was actually my next question, but then you already gave me an answer. So this is a follow-up question to what you just said. So Sandbird wants to operate its business with a large pool of global talents. So, what value do you offer to the talents?
일단
Yes. In the case of Sandbird, basically, in terms of financial compensation or employee perks and compensation, that's just a default. In addition to that, the differentiated value proposition of Sandbird is, first of all, that we are a global company. We are currently headquartered in the Silicon Valley in the States. And instead of simply replicating the Silicon Valley culture, we have created a fusion of the Korean working culture and the Silicon Valley culture to strike that optimum balance in the working culture. And that could be a valuable proposition for our employees. And Sandbird is currently specialized in the vertical of chatting API. In this particular vertical, we are one of the leading companies in the world. And being a leading company in the vertical also could be a value proposition for the employees, because you could continue to develop the market leadership position of the company by working with us. Also, we provide stock options. This year, we have actually upgraded our stock option program to the level equivalent to Silicon Valley. So we offer a very attractive stock option benefit.
그럼 스톡 옵션을
So have you also received stock option? Okay. So you talked about the values that Sandbird provides, and you talked about how you want to share the benefits of the company with all the employees. Now moving on to you, Professor Choi, we talked about the software developers, and that led us to talk about Sandbird. But anyways, we talk about the lack of software developers. We lack about 350,000 developers. That's what the statistics say, at least. But anyways, we need to address that shortage of workforce. And since you have experience working at international agencies, so are we panicking too much, or how do you see this? So from your perspective, are we ready? Well, I guess countries differ in their need for software developers. But if you look at Korea, we have to look at what skills we need to teach the students. Well, COVID-19 has hit hard Korea's economy, and of course that has led to the government to invest in Digital New Deal and Green New Deal to bolster our economy. And that was a bold initiative that was laid out by the Korean government last year under Korea 2.0 initiative, and Human New Deal was also part of the pillars. And software talents and developing such talents was a key part of that. So under 2.0, we have 41 universities for now that train software developers. We want to increase that to 60 or more, and also to provide more training programs. And at the same time, the government plans to not only support the job seekers, but also to make sure that those out of the workforce can return to the workforce. And AI and software human resources will be added by 9,000. But despite the plan, well, will we be able to inject the talents right away to the workforce? Will they be ready to work right on the spot? Well, we see the development of new programs and services. They are being developed as we speak, and the government is always one step behind. And you also talked about the shortage of staff. And I think that Korea faces a huge task in that sense. Yes, well, since I'm at Korea Startup Forum, I hear so much from the CEOs about, that they want to hire good software developers. They tell me, complain that Nekara Kube companies, they steal all the top talents from them. Anyways, but it's not so much about the numbers. So, of course, we will need 350,000 software developers, but it's not just the numbers that we need to focus on, but the quality of the services that we provide, the education that we provide to those people. So now we are faced with multiple tasks. So I think now the trends have changed because those who were trained before, are no longer skilled in this age. So we have this new terminology, K training as well. But anyways, well, Mr. Park, you worked in NH Next, and you also were involved in creating an ecosystem. So I would like to hear more about that. What's your goal at UA Brothers? So after completing your course, you don't just aim at hiring those people at UA Brothers, but you want to train those people so that they can be hired in other companies as well. And so you have a very broad objective, I suppose. So how is your training program different from the existing programs?
네,
Yes. As I said earlier, in WUA Tech course, we want to solve the problem of limited human resource pool in the tech industry. That is the purpose of this program. It's been about 9 years since I've been providing education. When I first began education, I really didn't like this kind of a unilateral knowledge transfer programs, and I wanted to innovate ways to educate people. And I started thinking about a different alternative role of an instructor. And I came to this thought that instead of teaching students or instructing the students, I wanted to create an environment where the students can have a meaningful experience so that they can learn under their own initiative. And when they run into any obstacles or barriers, then we intervene as coaches or mentors. That was the idea that I had. And NHN Next, which is where I worked for a couple of years, I tried this idea, and in WUA Tech course as well, I am applying this concept in the design of the course. So our purpose is not to deliver knowledge. Our purpose is to design missions. And under the missions, we want them to have meaningful experiences. And when they're struggling, we provide them with consultations and mentoring so that they can go to the next step. In order to become software developers, I think the opportunity is open for everyone, but there are so many obstacles that you could overcome on the way, and that makes a lot of people give up on their way. We don't want them to give up. We want them to continue pursuing this path toward a software developer. So what we do is we provide small step-by-step missions that the students can follow on their journey, and also we want to make the mission more relevant to what happens on the site. what we do is their missions can be reviewed by the on-site reviewers who are basically the professionals working in the field, and that provides a more fun and immersive learning experience for the students. And I'm not saying that this is the only right answer, but I think we really need these diverse experiments. I mean, I've never been educated this way, so it took me a lot of courage to actually try this new design for educational courses. Anyhow, I think there should be an environment where you can try a lot of experiments in terms of education and training as well. Most of the applicants who want to join our course is mostly college students or those who freshly graduated from college. But what we want to actually expand our audience. We want to also educate high school students because they also have a potential to grow into software engineers. Also, another contributing factor to the lack of talent pool is when you become a grown up, your education only focuses on the job training. However, other qualities like teamwork and leadership has to be fostered from an early age, for example, from elementary school. It cannot be taught within a short period of time once you become grown up. And therefore, I believe that primary and secondary education also have to transfer in this direction.
그러니까 아까
Yes, thank you very much for that. So you keep emphasizing on identifying the problems, and the problem-solving skills will be important for the software developers as well as other talents. And also, we talk a lot about entrepreneurship, especially at the startup level. So it's not about managing a business. Entrepreneurship extends beyond that concept. So it's about writing codes for the computer to understand the values of entrepreneurship. And well, as we keep talking about this topic, well, the K-12 education as well as the university in Korea, are not enough to train such skills to the students. Then what do you think, Mr. Hong, about this criticism? Because now the university, I think, is the bedrock of all these problems. Then what causes these challenges? What are the problems that we need to do? Professor Che? Yes. Well, I think the Korea's educational system has improved quite much, but we still have a long way to go because you study from elementary school to high school to enter a good prestigious university, and once you get into a university, you study to get a job. But then they have to become resilient, so you can fail, but that's okay. It's okay to fail, and we need to teach students that kind of mindset. And we have some students who actually wanted to learn that. And because, I was overseas first for a few years, and then I came back to Korea, and the students that I see these days have changed from the students of the past. They are more rational, they have good writing skills, and I think, they are much better than me in terms of such skill sets. And well, I was not a STEM major, so I was more about literature. But anyways, I see many schools trying out different ideas. So, for instance, the schools can support students really unleash their imagination and creativity. And I actually hear that there are actual cases of schools that help students do that. And sometimes, of course, we have some global cases that we should import, and some local cases that we can export to other countries if such cases are successful. So the schools in Korea and companies in Korea should collaborate and work together with those in other countries, not just in Silicon Valley in the States, but in India and Africa, so that we can really borrow from each other's ideas. And I hope that our educational system can become more flexible. Yes, thank you very much for that. So as we covered many different topics. We don't have much time left. We talked about the future talents, and what you are doing at your respective positions to train talents. Of course, we cannot draw a conclusion now, but we should talk about any programs that can train the talents, alternative programs other than the public school system. And one of the most interesting cases that I heard recently was that the Minister of Education in Indonesia used to serve as a head in Gojek. So we will have to see whether he's successful or not. But I think that we will see many innovative ideas from the ministry. And well, before we had online school such as Minerva School, and we also had Hyper Island, which was not a software type, but based on your experience, well, could you please tell us about any alternative programs that we can adopt or implement? Well, not just in Korea, but also in other countries, so that we can train more future talents. So if you can share your insights, I think it will be very helpful to the audience. Mr. Hong?
Yes, nurturing talents requires government policies and business activities, and also efforts by the educational institutions. But from the business point of view, actually, I'm quite impressed by Tech course that Mr. Park talked about, because he said that it's not just about delivering specialized knowledge, which is the conventional method of education, but also it follows the latest trends in fostering human resources, which is it's not just about fostering expertise or knowledge, but it's also about fostering creativity and teamwork, and also interpersonal relationship skills, people skills. I think that's the trend. And from the business point of view, these qualities are becoming more important for us. For instance, at Sendbird, we have a strong focus on leadership training. And what we're looking for is we are basically looking to provide personalized leadership coaching for all the leaders, all the executives, and they can actually become coaches and mentors for their own teams, their own departments. We basically want to create this cycle, virtuous cycle of learning and development across the organization. So instead of just delivering knowledge, we are more focused on creativity, and I think that is the right direction going forward. And I think this would also be incorporated by educational institutions as well. I don't have any expertise in Korea's educational facilities or educational institutions, but I would definitely like them to focus more on nurturing creative human resources and global human resources. So yeah, I would love to see these qualities being fostered in educational institutions as well. Also, entrepreneurship is a quality that should be incorporated in the curricula of the schools, and that would be very helpful for us, the businesses.
박재성
Yes, thank you very much. What about you, Mr. Park? Well, if you didn't have any limitations to your resources, if you could do anything, anything's possible, what would you like to create?
일단
Yes, Wuwa Tech course started small, and we actually received government support under the title of K Digital Training Program, and it gave us quite a lot of freedom to design our own curriculum. So we were able to be brave enough to expand our program every year because we actually received support not just from the business but also from the government that gave us the courage, and also that actually led to a lot of applicants who wanted to instruct in our course. And our wish is that the government tends to focus too much on the numbers, the quantity, but I would also like the government to focus more on the qualitative aspect of human resources. So much money is being spent to nurture developers, but the businesses have been saying for more than 20 years that it's so difficult to recruit the developers. So what does that mean? It means that we have to change our direction. We have to change the way we do things. When I talk with the students, I can see so much potential in them. I can see how outstanding they are as human resources. You know how a lot of older people say that they are worried about the younger generations? No need to be worried at all. They are human resources with great potential that has to be that only has to be unleashed in the right environment, and we have to basically create a right environment for them. And usually, government support also entailed a lot of interventions and administrative procedures, but I hope that the government will provide support with less interventions. I mean, of course, they could impose penalties if the program is illegal, for example, or uses unjust methods. However, as long as the instructor and the students have the right commitment, they don't need any intervention from the government. All they need is the support from the government. Whether it's the governments or educational institutions, all of these entities should now translate their words into action.
말씀을
Yes, thank you very much for that. I think that was a very important point that you mentioned. So it shouldn't be a cookie cutter approach. So we cannot just inject information to the brains of the students. It has to be interactive. And what Mr. Park said, well, the private sector, the businesses can voluntarily carry out such projects, and that can actually be expanded to other sectors as well. So until recently, actually, if you look at Innovation Academy, well, we said that we need more high quality talents, and the government spent 35 billion Korean won to train such talent, but it did not turn to be effective. So now what we need to do is maybe the private sector can take the first steps, and before it was like, if there are any problems, then the government will address it, but we need to take on a different perspective. Now, in terms of this system, not just the software developers, what can we do going forward? Well, we need to support startups, and we also need to train software developers. But I think that the government should not meddle with what the private sector does. So of course, the government needs to provide support to the private sector. But if you look at the manufacturing sector, with the conglomerates, the semiconductor business was the flagship sector in the manufacturing industry, and the government actually focused on that. It was the top priority. But if the government takes charge in devising the plan for the industry, then it will be too slow. So we need to take a different approach. What the government can do is to establish the institutions. At the same time, we also need to deal with polarization. So now we have AI automation. And what happens is that, of course, the rich is getting richer with the data, and the poor is getting poorer. And because of the data automation, now the youth are unemployed. And the fourth industrial revolution actually made that trend even worse. And my research shows that in developing countries, we see an opposing trend. That's because the poorest population, they don't have nearby banks. So what they do, they can rely on their mobile phones to make transactions, to send money, and the farmers can actually check information to travel to a different marketplace to get a better price for their goods. So it's about how you use the technology so that we can address the problem of unemployment, youth unemployment, as well as polarization. But it's the role of the government to really embrace the different population and make sure that no one is marginalized. And of course, inclusiveness is important, but of course, having young people joining tech firms is, of course, a positive aspect. But the government can also help the senior population use data better, and sometimes it can also help those who experienced break out from the job market to rejoin the job market. Yes, so thank you very much for that. So time's almost up, so we have to wrap up. Anyways, we have many people who have sent us their feedback and questions. But anyways, I think that we have entertained most of their feedback and opinions. Well, I wanted to give you some more time to make a final comment, but you actually covered almost all the topics that the audience wanted to hear. So we will leave it there. Anyways, what will these future talents do in the future? They need to identify problems and solve the problems. So of course, we need to not only pay attention to the talents and the qualities of their talents, but we need to also look at the problems that arise from such trends, such as polarization, and that's our job. Of course, we need to identify the right workforce and the talents, but we should not just focus on the top performers, but make it more inclusive. So I hope that we can actually practice what you said in our everyday life and in our everyday business operation. And I hope that next year, after you have practiced for 1 year, we can revisit whether we have been successful or not next year. So thank you very much for your time. With that, we will wrap up session 4.
Thank you. So the panelists leave with this homework. Now, this Digital Economy Forum began at 10 a.m. this morning, and that was the last session of today's forum. I would like to extend my gratitude to all the speakers, the panelists, as well as the audience who are staying with us. After this forum, we will announce the winners of the quiz event and also pre-registration event winners. So please stay with us until the very end. And we have concluded our last session today, and it is now time to conclude the 4th Digital Economy Forum. As we've discussed in session 4, nurturing human resources has become a must in the era of digital economy. I look forward to a lot of experiments and future endeavors in this respect, and I hope that today's forum was a meaningful opportunity for you to get insight as well as broader perspective on the digital economy. And we are committed to continuing organizing forums for discussions and explorations for the future of the digital economy. I look forward to your continuous support in our next year's Digital Economy Forum as well. With that, I conclude the 4th Digital Economy Forum, hosted by the Ministry of Economy and Finance and hosted by the Korea Startup Forum.
감사합니다. 네, 이벤트에 참여하지 않으신 분들은 이제 퇴장을 하고 계실 거고요. 이벤트에 참여하신 분들은 아직까지 저희와 함께하고 계실 텐데요. 바로 저희가 중간중간에 화면에 띄워드렸던 퀴즈 정답을 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 굉장히 많은 분들이 정답을 맞춰주셔서 사실 퀴즈를 보지 않으신 분들도 퀴즈 정답을 맞추셨을 거라고 생각을 하는데요. 정답은 바로 디지털 경제입니다. 올해 4회를 맞이한 이번 디지털 이코노미 포럼 2021은요. 코로나 시대를 넘어서 다가올 거대한 변화와 그리고 이에 대응하기 위한 계획과 솔루션을 살펴보고자 하는 주제로 디지털 경제의 방향성을 제시하는 글로벌 포럼으로 여러분들을 찾아뵙습니다. 자, 지금부터 제가 정답을 말씀을 드렸는데요. 지금부터 당첨자 발표 3차 사전 등록 이벤트에 당첨되신 25분과 오늘 포럼에서 진행됐던 퀴즈 당첨자 15분은 댓글로 띄워드리도록 하겠습니다. 네. 여러분, 인원수가 많아서 제가 일일이 호명해드리지는 않을 거고요. 댓글로 띄워드리니까 댓글을 확인해 주시기 바라겠습니다. 자, 강유경님이 두구두구두구두구 하셨는데 두구두구두구두구 총 40분의 이벤트 당첨자 분들을 발표를 하겠습니다. 당첨자 발표가 진행되는 동안 여러분들께서 지금 보고 계신 시청 화면에 뜨고 있는 설문조사에서 참여해 주시고요. 설문조사에 참여해주신 분들에 한해서도 저희가 추후 추첨을 통해서 소정의 선물을 드릴 예정이니까 많은 참여 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 와, 지금 1등이 에어팟 프로네요. 1등, 2등, 3등, 4등 이제 등수별로 저희가 발표를 해드리고 있습니다. 여러분들께서 선정이 되셨는지 댓글을 확인을 부탁을 드리겠고요. 지금 보시면서 내가 당첨이 됐다라고 하시는 당첨자분들은요. 시청 화면에 저희가 정보를 띄워놨습니다. 당첨자 이 정보 입력에 들어가셔서 당첨자 정보를 기입해 주시기를 부탁드리겠습니다. 당첨자 및 선물 수령 안내는 다시 한번 말씀드립니다. 저희 화면과 댓글에 띄워드리는 내용을 확인해 주시길 바라겠습니다. 네, 저희 모든 당첨자가 댓글을 통해서 발표가 됐습니다. 확인해 주시고요. 다시 한번 안내 드립니다. 저희 시청 화면에서 안내하고 있는 당첨자 정보 입력에 들어가셔서 당첨자 정보를 기입해 주시길 바랍니다. 자, 오늘 포럼 함께 해주신 분들, 만약에 중간에 들어오셨다, 앞선 내용이 궁금하다라고 하시는 분들은 저희 영상 그대로 남으니까요. 다시 한번 영상 보시면서 확인해 보시면 좋을 것 같고요. 당첨되신 모든 분들 축하드립니다. 자, 이제 저희는 진짜로 마무리를 하도록 하겠습니다. 즐거운 저녁 되시고요. 저희는 내년에 DEF2022로 찾아뵙겠습니다. 지금까지 함께 해주셔서 감사합니다.